Going live. Going live. Going live. Going live. Going live. Going live. Let's load. Let's load. Let's load. Let's go. What's up, everyone? This is Scriver here, bringing you guys Jujutsu Kaisen read through part 3. Now, we're a couple minutes early. There was something wrong with the YouTube scheduling thing for the timestamp or whatever. At first it said it was going to be in like an hour or two and something about 6 p.m. And I was like, I'm planning on starting here in a few minutes now. So I think it was fixed. I did some editing stuff. I backed, I refreshed, I did a bunch of stuff when I was scheduling the stream. I think it was fixed, but God knows. Anyways, that is if you believe in God. If you don't, well then, who knows? Anyways, point is that we are going to get underway with Jujutsu Kaisen read through part 3. Now the thing is that we stopped at, I believe, chapter 18. I believe we are starting with chapter 19. So that, I think we did pretty good. I think we did pretty good to start. 2 streams later, and we're on to, basically, we'll be past chapter 20. You know, this series has about 130 odd chapters ish. So I'm thinking that at some point, maybe not this stream, but at some point we'll have like a 3-hour stream and I'll be able to cover 25-30 chapters pretty quick. There'll be a point where it'll be they fight and it'll be cool and I'll be reacting to it, but there'll be like a long drawn out battle and there'll be discussions, but certain chapters with less dialogue heavy and less explanation heavy will of course go a lot quicker. So I'm assuming that in the next couple of streams there'll be a stream where we'll cover 20-25 chapters in just one stream. So I'm still looking at being around 10 to 12 streams before we're caught up. You know, this is only the 3rd one and we're on starting off chapter 19. So that seems about right. And we got Miss Content saying, eh. And of course in the chat I talked about the weird 6 p.m. thing. I didn't understand that. We got Fine in there also saying, eh. And I don't know how you're supposed to say that. People do that all the time. A with a bunch of Y's. Is it supposed to be like A? But see, A, I'm Canadian. A is spelled E-H. So is it I? Is that supposed, am I supposed to be going I? You know, I have no idea. Miss Content says, oh yeah, there'll be some chapters like those. Alright, so cool. And a big shout out to both Miss Content and Naya D. Hemmings. Misk has been sharing all my Jujutsu Kaisen content. I believe he shared it in his Discord according to my notifications and such. So that's really cool. Thank you, Miss Content. And also to Naya D. Hemmings, who had a private stream with a few followers who jumped me over to 400 subscribers. I am now sitting pretty at 400 subscribers. I was sort of in the 397 to 401 bracket, depending on the hour sort of idea for a while there. And Naya just saw how close I was, and he just took it upon himself to say, hey, you know, guys, go subscribe to Griever, and let's push him to a solid 400, a solid, consistent 400. So thank you very much to Naya D. Hemmings for doing that. Yeah. So, I mean, that was pretty cool. You know, he's a great guy. Go check out his content. He's hoping that I get to 1,000 by the end of the year because he's pushing for 6K himself. So, I mean, why wouldn't you wish success on a fellow YouTuber, right? Assuming you're not in some high school drama beef with another YouTuber, God knows how that happens. But assuming you're not in any beef with anybody, why wouldn't you want someone to be more successful, right? Why wouldn't I want my good buddy here, Miss Content, who's in the chat, why wouldn't I want him to push through to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 subscribers this year? Why wouldn't I want that for him? It just doesn't make sense, you know? I want Misk to be successful. I like Misk. I want me to be successful. I like me most days. And, you know, just ask my wife. And other days, you know, like I want everybody, every YouTuber should want success for other YouTubers, I believe. Miss Content also says, if things go smoothly, you could get this whole arc done today? Really? No. See, I'm not like Grim Reaper, which go check out his channel, great guy. But even if he's from Florida. But that being said, I don't believe that page number or chapter number is a spoiler or whatever. So what chapter ends the arc, Misk? Or anybody in chat? What's the end part of the arc? Because if I know it's going to be the end of the arc, I'd like to get there, if that's possible. Because I don't think we've really had an arc. This has been more like introduction villain of the week so far. Lazy Baby Chicken is in here and says, also to Lazy Baby Chicken for being here. Well, you think a lot of yourself, don't you? But so do I, so yeah. All right. Thank you to Lazy Baby Chicken for being here, I guess. Very, very cocky there, but all right. All right. I approve of cocky. I'm a cocky son of a bitch myself. Miss Content says, I'm almost done with season 3 of Attack on Titan. Commander Erwin is one of the biggest chads I've recently seen in anime. Commander Erwin is like one of the only reasons I continue to read Attack on Titan. Let's be frank here. I don't watch Attack on Titan because it's the same with One Punch Man. I believe that animation has garnered too much of a fan base for series nowadays. It's like Seven Deadly Sins to me is a better story than One Punch Man, for example, or Attack on Titan for that matter. However, because of the poor animation of the last season, Seven Deadly Sins does not get the recognition it deserves because of piss poor animation. While One Punch Man and Attack on Titan, though not bad stories, are elevated beyond what I believe their station is. Now, you can disagree with that stance, but that's the way I felt about Attack on Titan and One Punch Man. I think they rose to a level of prominence based not solely on animation, but animation was one of the factors that takes it from a... Like, if you were going to rate a series as a 7 out of 10, and you had One Punch Man or Attack on Titan levels of fights and animation, you'd rank it as an 8.5, solely for that reason. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying that people then misinterpret the series as a 8.5 out of 10, as a 9 out of 10 series across the board, when really, no, the story is still a 7 or a 6. It's just there are other factors that make it higher praised, That's just always been my stance. But I'm glad you're enjoying Attack on Titan. And yeah, Commander Erwin, one of the best characters. By far. Top 5. Easy. Top 3 probably. Fine said, you did say chapter 30, so it's 31. So chapter 31, Miss Content says, I think it ends around 32 or 33. There are some chapters this arc that are mostly combat. Okay, so 32 or 33. All right, so that would mean we have to get through... Yeah. Well, that's only 10 chapters, guys. Like, I can easily... Miss even said, if this goes smoothly, you can... Smoothly, you can easily get through this arc. Absolutely. This is a weekend, remember, guys. My back doesn't hurt. My balls ache a little bit, but that's maybe TMI. But, that's just being blue-balled. But, yeah, like... 10, 12 chapters, I can easily get through that. This is a weekend stream. I imagine this stream will go for probably 3 hours. The weekend streams are going to be longer. I'd like to do a couple of weekday streams because I have other content in the works for weekends sometimes. But when I have the opportunity on a weekend to do like a 3.5 hour stream, I like to do that so I knock off a lot. That way, if there is a delay, like if I don't get to another Jujutsu Kaisen stream until next week, like the following week after next weekend, then I've already covered 12, 15, 20 chapters, and it's like, all right, the next one's coming, just be patient, right? But yeah, now that I know it's only in the early 30s, I'm getting to there. No problem. Dragon's Rage is in here, says, yo, Dragon's Rage. Miss Conda says, or maybe it's only 31. Either way, we're going to get to chapter... Here's what I'm hearing. Fine says 31. Miss says maybe it's 31. So we're going to get to bare minimum 31 by the end of the stream. How does that sound, guys? Assuming no apocalyptic nuclear weapon is dropped on my house. Yeah. Chapter 31. What did I miss? Also, Levi from Attack on Titan is a beast, says Dragon's Rage. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, Levy. I went to the levee and the levee was dry. I know it's Levi. Whatever. It's spelled like Levy. But anyways, yeah, Levi. I love Levi. But I don't want to spoil anything because my problem with Levi is manga based, and I don't want to spoil anybody like Misk, who's only watching seasons, and I haven't watched the seasons, so I have no idea where he is in the story. I got a problem with Levi, not as a character, but something else, and I just don't want to bring it up in case of spoilers. It's the same with Eren. Like I'd love to bitch about Eren right now. Eren has got to be one of the worst characters, praised as a good character. He must be the only, I think he's one of the only characters in all of manga and anime who is praised as being a great character based on X, Y, and Z reason that I don't want to spoil. But that X, Y, and Z reason, people look at that face value and go, yeah, amazing, but they don't dig deeper and realize, no, Eren is one of the worst characters still, but he's praised as being a great character. He's got to be like the only one. If not, he's the number one. Easy. Kaiden is in here. Question mark. Never seen Attack on Titan. Is it good? The manga's good. I don't know the anime. I never watched it. I think the manga has a really good storyline, and I think there is a lot of conflicting characters in it. There's some problems. I think I give it like a 7 out of 10 on a binge read. I read from chapter 1 to chapter like 132 or 131 or something like that. And I said that, you know what, I thought that this was going to be like a 4 or 5 out of 10 series. And I think I gave it a 7 to 7.5. It has a lot going for it. Attack on Titan is not a bad manga. It's not a bad story. It doesn't have necessarily bad characters. There's just some big glaring issues that I can't talk about in a non-spoiler sense. Dragon Rage says it's great and violent. Violent, absolutely. The horror aspect, 10 out of 10. The violent aspect, 10 out of 10. Can't deny. Miss Content says, I think Eren is a pretty polarizing character for a number of reasons. Well, I'll tell you what. Miss, when you get caught up, then we'll have a discussion. I just don't want to spoil you because what I want to talk about is so spoiler heavy. I just know it is. And depending on where you're at, it's just, you know. Ms. Conda says the anime is really good. I imagine it is based on it's got great animation. So the anime just only improves, you know, because you get a great fight scene in manga that's well animated. That fight scene that was an 8 out of 10 jumps to a 9 out of 10 because of animation. Once again, because you're seeing the visuals, right? So it's just one of those things. If you do a scene justice, then it's only going to get better, right? Solid story, top tier animation, solid story, agreed. And they got the composer from Bleach for the soundtrack. See, I haven't watched it, so I don't know if the soundtrack's any good, but I'll take your word for it. That being said, we're 13 minutes in here, and this is not an Attack on Titan stream. You know, I will probably make an Attack on Titan video. I did promise, like last year, I was going to make an Eren discussion video, but I got a lot of hate for some reason on my Attack on Titan video, my binge read video. I don't know why, because I went into it and I told everyone at the beginning of the video, I don't really care for this series. I think there's too many apocalypse, the world's going to end sort of series, sort of like vampires were all the rage from 2000 to 2010. The new thing was zombie apocalypse, the world is going to end, apocalyptic storylines was 2010 till 2020. That has been the thing in TV, movie. It's just the fad. And Attack on Titan, by the time I got to Attack on Titan, I was extremely bored. I did not want that anymore, right? So I told everybody that I went into this with basically not exactly an unbiased viewpoint. And surprisingly, I enjoyed it more than I did. But I think people still hated the fact that I gave it like a 7 or 7.5. Even though that's like 2.5 markers. That it went from an F. It went from like an F or an E grade to a C plus just by reading it, and people got mad. Like, it's weird. It's like having a failing student jump to a C plus and a pass and being mad they didn't get an A. You know? It's like, yeah, but you failed all your exams, bud. Like, you didn't turn in your homework. You late assignments. You failed the exam. You should be failing, but I gave you a C plus. And you're mad at me because you didn't get an A, you know? So it was very strange. It was a strange reaction. Caden said something. Page 1 is in here. Said, yo, Page 1 Miss Content. Yo, what's up? Big fan here. Attack on Titan is amazing. What chapter are you on? All right, so Misk and Page 1 are going to talk about Attack on Titan. Meanwhile, I am going to read chapter 19 on the official Viz.com for Jujutsu Kaisen. Let's go. So, Page 1, chapter 19. Where we last left off, there were some kids in a movie theater that had their brains blown out, or they were all twisted and distorted or something like that, and it was what the hell happened? So let's jump in here. Chapter 19, we get some emo looking kid. All right, emo kid. Let's see what he's saying. If there was a button for killing the people I don't like, I wouldn't be able to press it. Right off the bat. All right. So, yeah, I see the conflict there right away. But I have very few people on this list. But there are people that I would press that button for. Maybe about 4. And you could call some of them legitimate reasons. You could call some of them petty. But if there was a button for killing about 4 people I've met in my life. I dislike a lot of people. Probably dozens, if not hundreds of people that I have met that I dislike. I wouldn't want to kill them. There's 4 people I would press that button, no hesitation. 4 people. So, all right. But I see his conflict. This guy's younger. He hasn't lived as long as your 30-year-old, very old griever here. But either way, yeah. Yeah, so I see the conflict. Next line. But if there was a button for killing the people who don't like me, I wouldn't hesitate. Well, that's fucking dark. Alright, he couldn't kill people that he dislikes, but he thinks that people who don't like him should die easy? There is tons of people. Hell, how many people are in the chat? 5 or 6 people in the chat? I bet half of you don't really like me that much. Jesus. Christ's sakes. That's actually there is a longer list, guaranteed, of people who don't like me. I don't want to be on this guy's shit list at all, because I guarantee, holy shit. But if there was a button for killing the people who don't like me, Jesus Christ, that would be a massacre of people who've met me. I'd kill half the population of where I live. I'm sure most of people don't like me. I'm a cocky, arrogant son of a bitch. Granted, I back up those traits, but people don't like me being cocky and arrogant just because I'm right. So, yeah, no, this guy's reasoning would either end up in my death or a massacre of people who don't like me. Oh, man. This guy's going dark right off the... This is the first panel, and we're already 5 minutes discussing this shit. Holy God, who is this emo kid? So we're at Kidma Cinema, thinking to himself, damn it, high schoolers. Oh! These are the 3 up with their fucking... the head's blown up. All right. So is this the dude who did it? Damn it, high schoolers. You don't really look like you're... Are you a junior high or something? Shouldn't be skipping class to watch movies. Neither should I. Oh, okay, so he's also either a high schooler or junior high or something. College, maybe. All right. Oh, so is he going to do something? Let's see. And why'd it have to be them? Oh, are they bullies or something? He was looking at my boobs. I mean, are they nice? Well, your boobs bounce when you run. Totally. Yo, shut up. Okay, so did you look? No. Are you calling Tsubasa a liar? Yikes, is that even fair? Look, a half-off coupon. Okay, so we have, for those of you who haven't read, it's a very ecchi manga, or ecchi manga, but it's called Unbalance X Unbalance, or Unbalance times 2. Or X2. It depicts what's going on right now in the best of ways, and yeah, some people probably don't agree with that manga, but yeah, they got this exact situation, and it's handled well. So what I'm gathering here is that he goes to this high school. They bullied him because he apparently looked at one of the bullies' hoes tits, and he's like, I didn't look, but they're beating him up anyway. And he's thinking next page, damn it, that girl, she's just using me to confirm her status, which is a serious problem. It's a serious problem. I'm not an advocate for slut shaming. I'm an advocate for true gender equality. But yeah, you do have, just like you have pigs, not men, guys, as I've always told everybody. There are men and women, but what something that needs to be explained is that there is a third gender, and it doesn't exist on the LGBT spectrum. It's called a pig, and it's an insult to real pigs that, well, they make bacon, they taste delicious. There is that gender, and they are animals. They are creeping, stalking, raping animals, and that's a gender. On the flip side of that, and that's for the male extremist, on the female, you have women like this. And in today's society, we do not have a word that isn't automatically torn down by different groups. Anyway, I don't want to get on a political thing. Either way, yeah. The point of this is that I get this. This is getting really real, really quick. Did not expect this level of I don't know what to call it, from Jujutsu Kaisen. Did not expect this right out of the gate for chapter 19. Already, this dude, I get it if he goes evil and wants to kill the bullies. I get it. And I get him wanting revenge on this bitch. I get it. Like, one page, and I'm already like, yeah, I get it. If he does that, that's the trick to evil people, is that if they're not inherently evil, they'll stop. If he gets rid of these 3 bullies and this bitch, and he stops, then he's not evil. He just wanted revenge, which is a natural human emotion. They wronged me, I wronged them. It's called karma. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? So, yeah, right out of the gate. I didn't like the emo kid was really dark before, but now I'm sort of getting it. I'm going to say it. You're not as cute as you think you are. I don't know how we're getting to chapter 31, guys. This page by page, line by line. I don't know why I love this so much. Seriously, this is my second beer. So I'm not drunk yet. But I did not expect this from Jujutsu Kaisen. I was enjoying everything we were leading up to here. This is good. Like, it's good. Like, it's bad, but it's good. I like this guy. Please tell me this dude becomes a staple. Please tell me that I see more of this dude. This dude, everyone's like, oh, the Tatsumaki attitude character, like a couple chapters ago, was looking at Sushi's name. What's her name? Mai or whatever, basically going, you're not as, your fashion sucks, blah, 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 blah. And everyone was like, oh, you're talking smack. Oh, I can see your blackhead sort of idea. This line is the most insulting we've seen in the series up to chapter 19 thus far. You're not as cute as you think you are. While getting beat up by 3 dudes bigger than him. And he just goes, yeah, you're not as cute as you think you are. Knowing what that is going to... This dude has balls. This dude has big balls. I love it. I'm going to say it. And then he had the confidence to say it. I hate... Because so many times you see the inner monologue, and it's always like, just tell him. And then they walk away, and they're, in the rain, Or up against a trash can, all beaten and bruising. But no. He actually said it. And the bullies say, They all look like, ooh. Yeah, we know that, but we flatter her because she looks easy. What? That went weird. What is going on here? Jujutsu Kaisen just became a three-dimensional, emotional, let's go into some serious real-world backstory level shit. This went into some serious psychology level shit really quick. From an action battle, let's have fun, battle shown into, holy god, depressing. We flatter her because she's easy. And you know what the sad thing is? This is so realistic because I know exactly these type of people. I met them. Okay. I gotta check the chat for this. Am I crazy? Am I crazy here? Am I reading way too much into this, or is this not incredible? Is this not really out there for a shonen battle manga? But adding that in it's not taking away from it. It's only adding to it. Like, am I crazy? Or is this shit? I gotta take this sweater off. What am I doing? I'm sweating in here. I'm sweating in this bitch. Let's go. Ugh. Wife's not here. She won't mind. I gotta check the chat. Am I crazy? Let's see. Miss Content, page 1. Glad to see you're hopped on the Griever train. Damn right. Miss Content says I'm almost done with season 3. Page 1 says yes sir. Just found out about his channel. Junpei Sama. Lol, you look young. That's Cat. We love you, man. Page 1. We wouldn't be here if we didn't like you. I mean, yeah, true. I was sort of making a joke and stuff, but I'm just saying, you know. No, you surprisingly, you know, I had a stream, like, page 1, thank you. Also, just really quick, page 1, thank you very much for saying, yeah, we love you. We wouldn't be here if we didn't love you and stuff. And I've gotten some really nice messages lately, like comments and stuff. People saying, like, I had somebody, I forget who it was, said literally, I don't even like One Punch Man anymore. I just want, and I'm so sorry I forget your name, but said, I literally just want to watch you read One Punch Man. If you weren't reacting to it, I'd drop the series. That is like the highest compliment a guy can get, in my opinion. Like, they don't even, like, without me, the content doesn't matter. You know, like the thing I'm reviewing, that's huge praise. So I know you guys love me, but surprisingly, sometimes I get a massive amount, huge views, tons of hate. You know, I'm just saying, people might view your videos and watch you, but they might hate you, and they like watching to hate. It's just a thing. It's weird people, man. But I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Dragon said, someone out there has a Griever voodoo doll just poking nails into it. I swear to fuck they do. Dragon Rage is right. Miss Content said, Jujutsu has lots of little surprises like that. This is not little. This is a major surprise, and I'm loving it. Dragon Rage said, and it has a lot of dark moments. This is dark, but really cool. Fine said, nothing, we won't. Kaden said dark, and that's why I love Jujutsu. Yeah, exactly. Like, I did not, like, we've seen some dark stuff, but this is getting really, really into some realistic, some real world, like, problems. And you don't usually see that in shonen. Miss Content says, I find that these sorts of things put Jujutsu above other new shonen series for me. I agree completely. Misk is right. Tyler Morgan is in here, says, hi. Hi, Tyler Morgan. Nice to meet you. All right. Let's go. So, next page. I can't focus on the movie. I can't believe people like that go to my school. Looking at them. Shut up. They're talking, they're texting. Turn off your phone. And, oh, it's this dude. It's the dude's name, Makoto, whatever. Mahito. The dude that everyone's like, he is the greatest character ever. And his design looks aight. But let's see. Hey, guys. Let's mind our manners, okay? And so it wasn't him. What the? And he looks, so he's, all right, so it was the main badass here who did that. It wasn't the kid. What happened? And he looks at them, and they're all twisted up and screwed up. And he remembers seeing the guy. Was it that guy who did it? There's no way a person could do that. If he did it, he must not be human. And then so he ran into him, he followed him. If I'm the one who did it, what are you going to do? Judge me? Were those guys important to you? All right, so he's met up with them in the alleyway. It shouldn't be a problem. You can eat it. Oh, and then he's remembering all the villainous. Oh, there. Yeah, so he was picked on. He was bullied. You know, bullying is one of the worst things. Kids might be super innocent, but they're also some of the worst people. Like it's just like the human race in general. You have the yin yang. For every great, honest, innocent kid with the right way of thinking, you also have the little shits that think that they can get away with whatever. You know, they're like smart enough to think that they can get away with it by pleading. You know, it's really weird. You have kids that just, yeah. Bullying is a lot more subtle in the adult world at times. And it does happen. And the problem is with the bullying in the adult world is that there's no adults to the adults. There's nobody you can run. There's no principal to run to when you have adult level bullying in the workplace and stuff. You might say there is, but there really isn't. So we see him get really angry. And then he says, "Could I do what you did?" Oh. Who are those guys? Why are they investigating the crime scene before the authorities? Did we jump over to a new scene? Yeah, we did. And one of them's a kid. I'm not sure either, but you saw those bodies. That's not natural. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Or else you're looking at an early retirement. Can you see them? The residuals of cursed energy. And we got some grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer Kento Nanami. Says, nobody didn't see anything. That's because you're not trying to see it. We actually witness curses every day. If a curse technique is activated, traces are left behind. We call them residuals. Makes sense. However, residuals are weak compared to cursed spirits. Because please concentrate and look harder. And he looks and looks, and he can sort of see. It's sort of like Batman detective mode is what they're describing from the Arkham games. Of course, sensing before seeing is standard for one who is capable. How about a little more encouraging? Yeah, okay, so you're just a little like, okay. But you know what? I'm actually, like, that transition was a little weird. We jumped over, but I'm more interested in the emo kid who was being bullied. I'm more interested in that right now, honestly, than Yuji. I want to know where it goes from there. I really do. That's an interesting. That is a way to introduce a goddamn villain, like an anti-hero villain. Not so much the guy that everybody's praising, that Mojito dude, but more the emo kid. The emo kid, automatically, I'm on his side. I understand why he wants power, why he wants revenge, why he wants X, Y, Z. I'm there with that dude. That dude's already got my vote. So let's see. I won't praise or insult you, says this doctor dude. I am here to identify the truth and uphold the law. Then what is the true justice of the world, master? Who determines the law? Who determines right and wrong? Said that epic dude who voices War and Ukitake from Bleach to Yamato. It is your duty to observe the true justice of the world. Yeah. Okay, Yamato. You're not as cool as Yamato. Why are you stealing his lines? I like Jujutsu Kaisen, but you are seriously starting to tread on some very careful territory. Don't be stealing Yamato's lines. That's Yamato level shit. Till you get a beard down to your dick, you don't get to say those type of lines. There was a time when I thought society had the same goals. But that's a story for another time. Let's follow the trace. Roger that. Let's do this. There's no need to get excited. We're not getting all that well. We're not getting along all that well. This is going to be tough. Sorry, I can't be there this time, but I brought a reliable protege to take my place. Office worker dropout, sorcerer Nanami. Please don't call me that. Okay, so he's working with this guy instead. It's probably another lesson from our boy. There's a lot of weirdos amongst Jujutsu sorcerers, but Nanami here is a former office worker, so he's reliable. I wonder what others think when you say that. Dropout, sunglasses, people like to hide their eyes. Yeah, seriously, that's two dudes he's met who, like, literally, you can't see my eyes. Why didn't you start as a Jujutsu sorcerer? Why don't we introduce ourselves? Nice to meet you, Itadori. All right, nice to meet you. What I learned at Jujutsu High is that Jujutsu sorcerers are idiots. I'm going to like this dude's philosophy, aren't I? I feel like when he explains why Jujutsu sorcerers, he went through the training and he went, they're fucking idiots. And I'm going to like his idea, aren't I? I feel like I'm going to like this guy. I feel like I'm going to like his ideas. His glasses aren't really the coolest. Like, I wish he had, like they went all the way back. The Morpheus glasses, I never thought, even Lawrence Fishburne pulled them off. Let's admit it, he pulled that shit off. But that's a very difficult look to pull off. And I mean, anime can get away with a lot of crazy shit that in the real world you look at, you're like, what the fuck? But still, here, a little like, on the design, but he definitely looks like a more three-piece suit well put together. Hello, I am Q. I've developed all the inventions that James Bond has used for the last 50 years of movies. How you doing? You know? So he's definitely got the look. He's Yuji. And what I realized while at the office is that working is idiotic. Oh, really? So I took the lesser of the two evils. Nothing more, nothing less. He's so gloomy, I know, right? Itadori, though Gojo and I think differently, I trust him. Though Gojo and I think differently, I trust him and have faith in him. Yeah, because I'm Gojo. I'm awesome. I'm the best character in the series. What's up? I trust and have faith in him, but I don't respect him. What? I'm not a fan of the way things are run, but I follow the rules. Sorry for rambling. Okay, so Gojo already went up and basically told the elder, your way of doing things is wrong, and I know the way is not to beat you down and take command. The way is to raise an entire generation so that when you're all dead and gone, 20, 30, 40 years from now, the system will change because I raised the right group of people thinking the right way to change it. That's the way to change is not like what happened in Washington, you know. Even if, domestic terrorism aside, that's not the way change happens. Change happens by, this is the right method to do it. It's kind of like, the idea is just raise everybody with the right morals so that in 20, 30 years, you don't need a rebellion because those people will grow old, retire, and die. And then the next generation that takes over will do it their way. And if you raise that generation the right way with the right ideals, there doesn't need to be attacks and conflict and nothing. So this dude agrees and says, I'm not a fan of the way things are run, but he doesn't like that Gojo goes against the rules blatantly and just goes, no, I'm doing what I want. So let's see. For that reason, I don't acknowledge you as a Jujutsu sorcerer. Because that's against the rules. Prove to me that you can be useful in spite of the demon Sukuna inside of you. I'm weak and useless. I've been hearing a lot of that these days. But I'll become strong. If I don't, then I won't be able to choose the way I die. I'll be sure to prove you wrong, so just have a little patience, okay? He says, I don't really care. Be sure to tell the authorities, not me. There wasn't anything caught on video, right? Other than the victims, there was only one witness, a boy. Okay. What the hell? Session expired? What the hell? Blocked a fingerprint, close, whatever. Jeez. Jeez Louise, now I gotta log back in. Why would a session expire? It's only been like 30 minutes and I've had this bitch open for hours before. There was an error with their... How's there an error? There we go. Read. Sorry about this, guys. It session timed out for some reason. I don't get it. Now let's go to see all. Let's just scroll down. We were still on chapter 19, I believe. So we'll just scroll all the way down to chapter 19. There we go. This is a problem sometimes with live streaming. You can't predict when internet fails are going to happen or problems are going to happen. So yeah, here, alright, so here we are. Could it be a cursed spirit? Most likely. Although it's possible that the boy could be responsible, the police are investigating where bento box. It's a horse demon looking for a bento box. So apparently this is either a wife who is, this is what I'm assuming. This is either a wife who was supposed to make the bento boxes for her abusive husband every day and she screwed up and she was killed or something crazy like that. Or it's a husband who only ever wanted his wife to make him a bento box. Those are my two theories. Let's go. So, rushes forward, stop. I'll take care of this. Itadori, I'll leave that one to you. And he's like, what one? Oh, it's one around the corner. Good detergent. Okay, look. I like certain brands of detergent as well, but Jesus Christ, I would never... if I die, that's the last thing... No matter what negative emotion, that's not something that'll come out. What would come out of me is, I wish the Star Wars sequels were better. That would come out of me, you know? Or I don't know, something else like, why didn't they continue Firefly? Something nerdy like that. No, but I don't know a single person in the world. This clearly a housewife of some regard, but good detergent? Really? Really? Literally all detergents are good. If you're allergic to Tide, don't use Tide. Use Purex. If you're allergic to Purex, use Tide. It's not hard. Like, they all work. You probably have a bad washing machine, for God's sakes. Good detergent? Really? That's the thing? Wow. Good detergent. That'd be like, I really want number 2 pencils. Like, what the hell? Go down to your local Staples and buy a bag of them. They sell them by the 50s. Jesus. If you think you're in trouble, let me know. Have some faith in me, will you? Just a little. Alright. It's not about faith. I'm an adult and you're a child. I have an obligation to look after you. This dude speaking facts. A child, I'd rather be underestimated. You survive multiple near-death experiences, but that does not make you an adult. This is true. Finding more and more stray hairs on your pillow than before. Your local store no longer carrying your favorite bread. Favorite spelt wrong. Experience those little losses is what helps people grow into adults. This dude spitting nothing but facts. To this day, I can't get my favorite type of hot Italian sausage. It used to be sold when I was a kid. And up around the time I was 11 or 12, they stopped making this certain type of hot Italian sausage. And to this day, I have yet to find an equivalent of the taste of the good hot Italian sausages that I grew up with. I've had many hot Italian sausages. I love all types of sausages. But yeah, I know you guys are going to make that into a gay joke. But I don't care. Point is, I get what this dude is saying. Like, and you'll never find that again. You know, what if your favorite restaurant closes down? You'll never get that chicken Alfredo that you loved at that restaurant, or that sea bass, or whatever it is, that steak dinner. Whatever it is that you loved from that restaurant, you will never get that flavor again because your local place closed down. You can try to replicate it just in the same way that everyone goes, oh, we can make you a McDonald's burger at home. No, you can't. You cannot replicate a Big Mac. I'm sorry. It's cooked in lard with certain processed shit that is made only at McDonald's. No matter how much Kraft Big Mac sauce you use, and no matter how much stuff, you're not going to actually replicate. You'll never make the flavor if I order a Big Mac from McDonald's and sit in front of you and I make as close a representative as I can. At the end of the day, I really, it's possible, but the amount of work put into it, it's like go down and spend the $4 and buy a Big Mac, you know? This dude is speaking nothing but facts about being an adult. He really is. All the memes of the world, like, oh, well, college tuition and paying bills, that's not what makes somebody an adult. You can have responsibility by the time you're 12. That's not the point. It's not about accepting responsibility. That's called growing up fast, but it doesn't make you an adult. An adult is what he's speaking. He's speaking facts. And that's the end of the chapter. So that was a great thing to end on. All right, so we're on to chapter 20. Wow. So one chapter took 40 minutes. Yeah, and we're supposed to get to chapter 31. This is fantastic. All right. Let's see what the chat's saying. And then we'll move on to chapter 20. By the way, I'm having a great time, guys. How about you? Let's see what people are saying. Dragon Trade said, I wouldn't wish that type of death on my worst enemy. That looks like it hurts like hell. Once again, I got 4 people I would wish the worst on. I got 4 people on my list. Caden says, I can think of 2 right off the top of my head. 2 off the top of my head. The other 2, I'd have to sort of think about. I just used 4 as a random number, but 2 off the top of my head, easy. 2 off the top of my head, I would actually have a party if they got cancer or died. I would literally have a party to celebrate that. Caden says, I get how this kid feels. I was bullied hard when I was a kid. I feel very sorry for that, man. I'm very sorry. You guys can tell that I weigh 130 pounds soaking wet. I'm scrawny. I'm only like 5'9", 5'10" at the most. And at the time, of course, I was a very small kid. So, I wasn't too weird up until I got to junior high. Then I got all emo and creepy. I never had the emo hair or anything, but I always wore a hood and that kind of stuff. And I was into anime when anime wasn't mainstream yet, right? It was the age of people still thought Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh were Western cartoons. They didn't understand what the concept of anime, but I did. And that's how you get bullied, right? So, yeah, I get that, but I was never bullied to a huge extent. I was bullied here and there, but not to a huge extent. So I feel really bad for anybody who was excessively bullied. Caden says, I get how this kid feels. Yeah. Miss Content says, my top 1 character, Nanami, is here at last. He's your favorite character, Misk. So far, I love this dude. He's spitting facts. But your top character, really interesting. Nanami! Woohoo! Says, fine. Dragon Rage says, hopefully Nanami doesn't work overtime. We'll have to see. Tyler Morgan says, funny there's a character named Gojo, because I made alien character named Gojo back in 2009. See, that's the thing. There are so many things. Like, I actually wrote a story one time when I was like 13, and I swear to God, the story of Black Clover is literally what I wrote when I was 13. I probably still have the pages in my old bedroom closet or something on a Hilroy Scribbler somewhere, right? But the premise is there. The premise is so Black Clover, you know? So I definitely can understand that. Fine says, Star Wars prequels are funny at least, unlike the sequel. Yeah, see, here's the biggest problem with the sequels. They tried to pull a Marvel Cinematic Universe humor. That does not work for Star Wars. Marvel Cinematic Universe humor is hilarious, and it works because it's new and it's original and it's for that franchise. You can't just pluck out. It's like taking Adam West Batman and plucking it into the Dark Knight trilogy. That wouldn't have worked. People love the nostalgia of the Adam West cheesy Batman, but you can't just take that concept and apply it to something dark and serious. It doesn't work. Star Wars had cheesy humor, but not Marvel humor. You needed cheese and cringe, not that. That was one of their biggest flaws. They had way too much Marvel humor, new age humor. They needed to go back, watch the original trilogy, and use that type of humor. Harrison Ford and Leia humor. You needed that. Carrie Fisher humor. You needed that. The very dry, very serious, monotone humor. You didn't want the whole people being actually made fun of and acknowledging it. Like the beginning of The Last Jedi was the most abysmal opening to a Star Wars movie. The most abysmal opening to a movie I've ever seen. Caden says, love Star Wars. Star Wars is fantastic. Dragon Church said, I figured if you became a curse, you would say, I want more beer. That is accurate. I didn't think of that one. I was just looking at my original Star Wars trilogy on video one last time with the Leonard Maltin interview with George Lucas. That's what I was thinking of when I looked at that. Tyler Morgan said, the fact. Fine was laughing. Tyler Morgan said, how does Jogo sound like a good name? Well, Jogo that's the volcano dude. Gojo is our sensei. Page 1 says facts. Either name is sort of weird, though. I'll admit that. Dragon Judge said, moral of the story, bullying sucks. Absolutely. Tyler Morgan says, same here. I treat treat like an outcast because I was different. You were treated like an outcast because you were different. Absolutely. See, it's a good thing that anime has been a westernized thing, and today people recognize what anime is or what it means. They might still see it as nerdy and, oh, that's nerdy, that's gay, what are you doing? That's so fucking stupid, it's so cringy, you know? They might tell you shit like that, but at least they know what it is. When I was growing up, nobody knew what it was. You know, they just thought it was a cartoon. Nobody knew the difference between Japanimation and Western animation, right? Oh, you watch cartoons? You know, as you're 14, you still watch cartoons? What the fuck? Right? So, but I see that. And I feel bad for all of us because, especially in my generation and into the new one, too many people got bullied because people were arrogant and didn't understand, and it sucks. Dragon Drake said, an emo griever sounds funny as hell. You heard it here, folks. Greener owns the rights to Black Clover. Shonen Jump better lawyer up. Shonen Jump better lawyer up. I own Black Clover, and I would draw it better. Well, no, I wouldn't draw it better, but I'd get Kubo to draw it. You imagine Black Clover drawn by Kubo? That shit, I'd be reviewing that every day. You know, Black Clover drawn by Kubo. That's like fan-fucking-tasticness. That's so fucking good. Kubo drawing Black Clover. Now, I think I just had a wet dream. I was awake, but I think I just had a wet dream. But yeah, an emo griever sounds funny as hell. I mean, yeah. I used to put the hood up. Brap, brap, motherfucker, brap, brap. That kind of shit. Tried to fit in. Fuck that shit. By the time I got to high school, I gave no two shits. 10th grade, I worked out like a motherfucker. Got an 8-pack. Got some muscle on me. Went from 90 pounds to 117. Pure muscle. And then I started drinking, and I didn't give a fuck what anybody thought. Anybody who had, who got in my face, I would knock them out. And that was my coping mechanism. What's yours? All right, so let's go. Let's go into chapter 20. My technique, forcibly, I assume this is Nanami. My technique forcibly creates a weak point on my opponent. And we're seeing a bunch of weak points in different animals. 7 to 3. When dividing the subject into tenths, I'm striking. If I'm able to strike that point, it's a critical hit. This sounds like a Final Fantasy tactic. If I'm able to inflict significant damage on stronger adversaries against an opponent with weak cursed energy, I can cleave them even with this dull blade. Are you listening, Itadori? Huh? You were talking to me? All right. Is it okay to reveal all that? I want to focus on the curse, but I need to listen to him. So Itadori's like, what do I do? What do I do? That. Like that. There are techniques that aren't affected even if revealed by certain enemies. Also, the strategy of misleading by revealing. There's no merit to revealing one's hand and the rules that initiate. Literally, Itadori, Yuji is basically saying, what is the big problem in shonen is that everybody explains their techniques before they do them or while they're doing them. It's like, shut the fuck up. Don't tell them, and if they can't figure it out, you win. Most of the time it's like, you can't do this because my ability is blah, 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 blah. And they're like, if your ability is blah, 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 then I could do blah, 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 blah to counter it. It's like, if you didn't explain it, they wouldn't know, and they'd be dead before they figured it out. So I like now that shonens are more doing that stuff. So you can make your technique even more effective, like so. And he slashes at it. He sees the weak points. And boom, he cut the legs off. That's it from me. Whoa. Even though the blade is wrapped up, he still sliced through it with the back of the blade. Yeah, that blade is kind of cool. But is that all blood splatter on the blade? Because, it's cool, but it's creepy. Like some Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit mixed with Jason Voorhees. And then this thing's jumping at him and he's like, detergent. I need detergent. Jesus Christ. That dude is better off as this fucking cursed spirit thing than he was in life, or she was in life. You know why? Because as Dragon's Rage pointed out, when I die, I'd be like, I want more beer. It's like, well, to be fair, if I was sober, yeah, of course I want more beer. You know, so at least that's a legitimate want. Literally detergent. Like, you never wanted to get fucked more. You never wanted more beer. You didn't want that $300 steak dinner. Like, seriously, that's your big thing in life? You want detergent, good detergent. Everything else was clean. You didn't want a Corvette. You didn't want a mansion house. You didn't want tons of money. No. Detergent. Detergent would have solved all your problems. Like, I can't get behind this guy. Kill him, Itadori. Kill this thing. Because this thing had such a shitty life beforehand. It didn't realize its life was so shitty that all it wanted in life was detergent. My God. What a shitty life that would be. Like, sometimes, I mean, we all like to question, like, is our life that great? We doubt. We're like, oh, I wish I had this. I wish I had that. The human race, we're natural, it's selfish beings. We always want more. But seriously, detergent. Now, granted, if this was a homeless person starving to death in terrible clothes, I could get behind that. Like, detergent would seem like gold. But at the same time, if they were that desperate, then they would be more like the bento box person. Like, all they ever wanted was a decent meal. A nice hot meal made for them or something. I know a bento box is not hot. But, you know what I mean? Like, this person, if they were that downtrodden, detergent wouldn't be their want. And if they're middle class, detergent isn't what they want. If they're working class, detergent isn't what they want. And if they're high class, detergent isn't what they want. This makes no sense. I can't wrap my brain around this detergent creature. Just kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Let's see. Alright, he charges up his fists. Your cursed energy has a lag. Is that Gojo Sensei wearing glasses instead of the band with his hair down? He looks like a pimp. The dude looks like a pimp. Has a lag. A lag? Your cursed energy can't keep up with your speed. And says, oh, they even point at it. This is Gojo. Just so you know. And since you can't control it well, the trajectory is linear. So he can only fire straight ahead. Sort of like Link's beam sword in Zelda. Instead, it causes a unique flow of cursed energy. The energy comes from charging right in after you make contact. In other words, one strike can equal 2 blows. So it's Toriko's nail gun. It's the Kuju punch. Boom, 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 nail punch, nail gun. Boom, 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 Kuju punch. Boom, 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 boom. That's what it is. All right. So he's got a Toriko move. Divergent fist. It's a double blow in one hit. All right, cool. That's so cool. But it's a lot easier said than done for anyone else. This will be a huge weapon for you. Now, let's see. His physical strength is superhuman. We already knew that from Chapter 1. The impact of his hits doesn't have incredibly strong energy, but it's still about 20% more than a normal sorcerer. 20%? That's 1/5 stronger. That's 1.25 times. That's the equivalent of the surface factor on any type of AC motor. That's good. That's really good. That's really good. I'm sorry I went too electrical there, guys, but yeah, that. Like, I know that my percentages when it comes to, RPM and, velocities and shit like that. And that, yeah. That means his delayed hit comes from his main source of cursed energy. So he physically hits, then the cursed energy hits. Not exactly the Toriko Kujo punch, but still, same idea. It must be quite annoying for those on the receiving end. Such potential. If he's able to go all out and combine his full physical strength within a cursed technique. Yeah, so that, as Gojo said the same thing, like, your cursed energy is so shitty. It's sort of like having all strength, but you're a magic warrior, right? And it's like, yeah, my physical strength is awesome. Here, critical strike, boom, it's like 400 damage. But the magical damage is only 2. Like 400, bam! Magical damage plus 3. Fuck. And it's like, because the magical damage, you're not a magical warrior, Like, yeah. I like this. I like this though. It gives him handicaps, but also gives him boosts and strengths. I like the yin yang aspect of Yuji's character here. As far as his power system goes, I mean. It's not so Naruto depending on the nine-tailed fox. You know, he's not depending on Sukuna for everything, you know. I like that aspect. I hope it doesn't change, because that's one of the big problems with Naruto, is that in the end, he didn't really do anything special himself. It was all stealing a super jutsu with the shadow clones and then using Kurama's, you know, chakra the whole time. I can see why Gojo took him on. But Box! Apologies, time to end this. And now he said, oh, is that a bomb? Is it a bomb? It can't be. Is this even possible? Uh-oh. Click. He's looking. Itadori! What now? Stop attacking! Why now? Take a look. I took a photo of my opponent. I thought curses don't show up. Please stay calm and listen. What we were fighting, they're humans. What? They're humans? Okay, we have number two waifu material up in here, the doctor. Actually more like ex-humans. Okay, that's making a little more sense. But I thought curses basically were... I'm getting confused here. The same as the three in the theater, their bodies were transmorgified using Jujutsu. If that was it, I would have noticed. The two we fought possessed cursed energy like a curse. We're going to have to ask that murderer about this technique. Okay, so this implies that he made these things... Not only did he deform humans into becoming... Like, using Jujutsu to transform a human into a grotesque form, he then implied it, like, infused it with cursed energy so it appeared, had the appearance and abilities of a curse. But it's actually an ex-human. This is getting kind of complicated, but also interesting for sure. However, there's evidence that the brain stems were modified. Their consciousness were also modified to create a state of confusion, hence why they were after deter... Well, that would make a little more sense, rather than their... Because most curses are like, they're talking about something that they really wanted sort of in life sort of idea. It would make sense, a bento box and detergent. That's a little, you know... I could make up a story for the bento box. I couldn't figure one out for the detergent. It might be possible to give cursed energy to humans if you could manipulate their brains in that way. The connection between the brain and cursed energy is shrouded in mystery, after all. It's something they don't understand, so they don't know if it's possible or not. Hey, is Itadori there? Yeah, I'm here. Their cause of death was due to a lethal shock to the system because of cellular transfiguration. You didn't kill them. You didn't kill them. Don't you dare think otherwise. Okay, so reassurance. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Ends the iPhone. For me, the gravity of death is the same regardless, but this isn't right. He's getting mad. This kid generally gets upset over people's deaths. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You shouldn't want for death. Like, honestly, I can't be that good a person. Had the whole domestic terrorist attack on the Washington on the Capitol that happened. Had they opened fire with AKs, I wouldn't feel that bad. But, that's just me. I feel like, if the terrorists had a different color skin, they probably would have opened fire. So, but yeah, we don't get too political on this station. But sometimes big world events like that, you just need to go, you know what, this is my opinion, guys. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to like it. But, yeah, that was blatantly domestic terrorism. So, the residuals were a feint. they were meant to lure us out. So is this all this dude that everybody's been hyping up, that Mahito dude? His name probably isn't Mahito. I just forget how it's spelt. So I'm just going off of memory. I was like, there was an M and there was a O at the end, like Mahito, Mahoto. You know, so once we see his name again, I'll probably say it right. But I'm just gonna go with Mahito until we see him again. They're skilled. This matter won't be taken care of so easily. Let's do this. You're just like, yeah. All right, so there we go. There's Mahito again. All right. There are spirits known as special grade potential spirits. We already knew about that. All right, he's chilling in a hammock. Oh, he brought the kid there. They're in the sewer system. Oh, they're hiding in the sewers. That's so cool. Cursed spirits are a culmination of cursed energy leaked from humans. An image of fear shared by the masses, even if not real, can manifest as a powerful curse. We already know that. It's very similar to the Bleach Hollow idea, right? An image of fear shared by the masses, like famous monsters or ghosts. Yep, like Hanako or the nine-tailed fox. Once again, like the Grudge, hence why I'm afraid of it, because that's been a classic thing, right? So, yeah, so like the Grudge or the nine-tailed fox, very, very classic. Even in Pokemon, you have Ninetales. In Naruto, you have Kurama. In anything like this is in Zelda, you have the kids. You have the what's it called? The Keton, right? Based on the same idea. So these are yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's sort of, this is actually giving me some Persona 5 vibes, where it's kind of like famous, like your depiction. Like if you think you see a ghost or an angel, it's because your brain has been wired as similar to how Christianity, like why do we see God as a white male with a big silver hair, beard, and a white robe and stuff? It's because that image was taken by, at the time, the most powerful figure in the world was Zeus. Zeus was the image of power and might, so Christianity adopted that image for God, for the Holy Trinity, for God, because Zeus was the embodiment of that, of a powerful figure. So you have that aspect of it, right? So in the same way, that would make total sense if magic existed in the world and a bunch of people thought, oh, there's a ghost here, there's a ghost here. That ghost is going to manifest. If you have 100 people thinking what a ghost looks like, the ghost is going to look like something from Pirates of the Caribbean or the Army of the Dead, or some skeletal, like, whisper sort of thing from The Conjuring or something, right? That's what it's going to look like, because that's what everybody thinks they look like, and that's what everybody fears. That makes a lot of sense. I like that. I like that a lot. Jujutsu sorcerers brand such entities as special grade potential spirits and fear them, as much as powerful unidentified curses. The fact that they categorize them as such only shows their shallowness. We already know that from what Sukuna was saying. But what people fear the most aren't those fairy tales, right? Natural disasters, he questions. Looks, talking with you is so easy. Huh? Really? You know what? I don't want these guys to die. This dude killed his bullies, pretty much. He got rid of his bullies, took him in and said, hey, I'll be a friend, I'll be a friend with you, And, like, because he's like, hey, yeah, you can come with me, we can chat, it's all good. And I'm sure this guy doesn't really have any real friends. I'm getting emotional here, guys. I love these characters. Fuck, it's sort of like reminded me, unfortunately, of Naruto, but not in the way that the main cast is useless, but in the way that, like, the side characters are more interesting than the main cast, and I'm more invested in them. Like, automatically, I love this emo kid. I could probably pull off that hair too. Like, my hair's long enough this way. If I just did this, there we go, and I dyed my hair black. There we go. Gotta check myself out on the stream. Yeah. Just get all that hair going down, all emo like. There we go. Yeah, really slide it back, and have the hair sort of wisp. There we go. Now I've cosplayed. Now I've officially cosplayed as this dude, who, I swear to God, do we even know his name? Like, have we learned the bully kid's name? I just keep calling him poor emo kid. Have we learned his name? Let's see. Talking with you is so easy. Yeah, kids, poor kid. The earth, the forest, the sea. People have always feared them. Well, they should. Mother Nature, like, regardless what religion you believe in, whether a god caused it, I have always been part of the religion called Mother Nature because she's proven to be real. I've survived a hurricane, more than one. So let me tell you, hurricanes are real. Mother Nature. Of course, you gotta fear the elements. The earth is much more powerful than we are. The cursed energy directed at them was so massive that before they could take form, they gained consciousness and remained in hiding. So that's what they are. This guy is, of course, the volcano guy. Then we have the forest guy, and this guy is based on the sea. All right. The earth, the forest, the sea. All right. I mean, you could call the volcano guy the earth. Fair enough, fair enough. That's why they're so powerful. They're special grade in that regard. Gotcha. I'm proud to call them my friends. Mahito, what are you born from? People. Oh. Thanks to the hatred spewed between people, I was born. Oh, the fear. You know what? And that's legitimate fear. Look at me. I even have spouted for stream upon stream that people are dangerous. We should fear people. Look at the people once again in Washington. We should be afraid. We should be we should be courageous and brave and combat these people. And I don't really know a way to solve it other than get all the Trump supporters in a room and put them under lock and key. But, along with the flat earthers and the anti-vaxxers. But that being said, that's not really a solution either. But yeah, the hatred between people, the fear of other races, other ethnicities, other people, other religions. Just in the same way that you fear a storm or a hurricane or, a blizzard or a forest fire, you would fear people. Okay. Oh, and that's the end of the chapter, but wow. Wow, what a chapter. What a chapter. That was some good shit. We'll roll in here to chapter 21 here in a minute. I'll catch up with the chat. And then I'll take a small break. Use the washroom, grab an extra beer. Wow. Let's see what the chat said. Let's see. Tyler Morgan says, Yo is one of my favorite characters in Shaman King. He reminds me of myself. I actually had a pair of orange headphones and used to wear my shirt like that. And a necklace. So yeah, I had a necklace from my grandmother from Africa before I got this from my wife. I used to wear a necklace with it wasn't a bear claw, it was another type of claw. And I used to wear it. And I would wear an open sort of that type of shirt, and I'd, wear the headphones and the whole bit. Yeah. Back before iPhones and iPods, I had a Discman. I didn't get a Walkman, I had a Discman, but still, yeah. Yo is an amazing character, one of my favorites. Miss Content says, Griever's detergent stream. Right, like the detergent. I still can't get over the detergent thing. That's fucked. Tyler Morgan said, Shaman King Ashikagama? What? Ashikagama? I don't know what that means. I've read Shaman King and I've watched it. I don't know what Ashikagama means. You might have to explain. Looks like a Hindu word or something. Tyler, so you could explain that one. Miss Content says, a curse born of humans' hatred and fear of their fellow man. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And that makes sense, but that probably makes them the most dangerous. This is interesting. I like this. I did not expect this to go down, but I like it. So, alright, so if Tyler could explain what that Ishikagama word means, I'd be grateful when I come back, and then we'll start chapter 21 of Jujutsu Kaisen. And, yeah. Mute, 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 mute. All right, we'll be right back. Sup? Did I unmute myself this time? There we go. I'm bad for that. As you guys know, I'm very bad for that. Oh, that's good stuff. I stopped drinking through the week, so I only drink Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I don't drink Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So last night I had like 9 or 10 beer, and I enjoyed it. It was all right. But now today, when 4 or 5 o'clock hit or whatever, I had my first beer. I was working on my Shiva video, and yeah. Enjoying the taste, enjoying the smell. It's nice. Tyler Morgan says, I'm at work on my own series called ZF. Interesting title. Caden said, Miss Content, have you read Overlord? Miss Content said, started the anime a while back, but never really got into it. Neither did I. Tyler Morgan said, sorry, there's a page in Shaman King, and Anna is fighting Hao with the Spirit of Fire, and Hao has his minions. Oh, the Shikigami? Is that what you were talking about? You know, like the two, the blue and the red dude with the star pattern. Caden said the anime to be out of contact from the light novel and manga. Fair enough. Alright, so anyways, we're caught up with the chat. And I'm just picking at my lip because I'm disgusting. God damn it. It's because of my broken tooth. It keeps digging into my bottom lip. Keeps creating little skin lesions or whatever. Don't you think that... Alright, so chapter 21, we're starting. Don't you think that whoever first said the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference, must be rotting in hell? Indifferent? I've never heard that line, but that sounds stupid. So yeah, they are rotting in hell because that's stupid. That doesn't make sense. The opposite... An opposite is literally like black, white. An opposite is, you know, like... left, right, like it's a north-west or north-south. An opposite is an opposite. The opposite of love is hate. They're like, you know, that's just a fact. It's indifference. Indifference is not the opposite of love. That's stupid. So they must be rotting in hell. Absolutely, of course they are. What's this hair doing in my face? There's no way hating people is better than feeling indifferent towards them. There's no way that hating people is better than being indifferent towards them. I mean, yeah, you could hate them, sure, and you might kill a bunch of people, but if you're also indifferent towards them, yeah, it amount to the same. If you didn't care about people, right? Like if you didn't care about somebody, you know, if you didn't care about all those people on the train, if you hated them, you'd let them die, right? Like given the choice. And if you were indifferent towards them, you'd be like, oh, well, if they die, they die. Who cares? It would end up with the same, but it... So, yeah, I get that. That makes sense. This stupid sweater, it's all twisted. There we go. So that makes a lot of sense. The opposite of like is hate. Complicating simple answers for the sake of meaning is such a Japanese thing to do. Is it? All right. People like wordplay. That is the most truest statement I think I've ever read in a manga. People love wordplay, of course. If you write like Tolkien, people are going to take to you, you know? You know, if you use all the big words like, I sound so smart because the butter is completely sunliated on top of the mashed potatoes, and everything is completely equivocantly splendid in its radiance and its glamour of the entirety of the dining table, wherein which they decided to sit and enjoy in the festivities of the, instead of saying something like, mashed potatoes look really fucking good, and we all sat down and stuffed our faces. Which one sounds nicer, sounds pleasant? Which one would you like to read, right? So people like wordplay. It's the fundamental, it's how writers are. Literally, this whole manga, every work of fiction is wordplay. It's about how you present and how you write your words to make people enjoy it. They can't live without making excuses. People can't live without making excuses. That's true. I make excuses. And it's funny, there's a very fine line between a reason and an excuse. I would argue that half the time, people using an excuse think it's a reason. I've done it myself. I would argue that excuses are used 75% of the time in lieu of a reason. You think it's a good reason, but it's an excuse as to why you could not or did not or whatever, A, B, C, D, right? It's an excuse. A reason is much more fundamentally simple, and we disguise our excuses as reasons. So this mojito dude, is just spitting facts left, right, and center. What is this? And it's this grotesque looking thing. It's disgusting. What is this? An experiment to see how big a human can get. Apparently pretty big. I mean, he must be American, right? Yeah. See, I can say that because I'm Canadian. And I'm small. And that one's the opposite of see how small one can get. That's pretty tiny. This thing's a human? Junpei. 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 I'm just going to call him Junpei. June. I'm just going to call him June. June, aren't you bothered by corpses? I don't know. But if you say that was my mother, I would hate you, of course. I know how evil people can be, so that's why I don't expect anything from anyone. That's why someone else's death means nothing to me, the exact opposite of Yuji. Indifference. That's what humans should strive for. Sounds more like revenge. It does. Are you saying that I got it all mixed up? June, do you think people have heart? Huh? Don't they? No. They have souls, but that's different from heart. Facts. So you mean in this world, only I understand the soul's composition. I can even transmorgify living beings. Emotions come from the soul. It's too simplistic to call it heart. People overthink the things they can't see. I can see the soul, so for me, it's nothing special. It's practically the same as the human body. It just exists. Do you understand? Life has no weight or particular value. Just like how water flows through the earth, life simply flows. For you, for me, and for everyone else, it's the same, without meaning, without value. That's why you can do whatever you want. Live the way you want. Don't limit yourself to just being indifferent. There's no reason to live by such a restricting philosophy. If you're hungry, eat. If you hate, kill. I support everything you represent, June. And he just kills the small human without hesitation. Now, I like his reasoning, but he's fundamentally flawed when he started off on life has no weight or value. You can argue this point. I'm sure many people could. But fundamentally speaking, the idea that life has no value is a fundamentally flawed idea from the get-go. And if you base your philosophy or your reasoning off of the fact that life has no value, then there's going to be no convincing you that your ideals are wrong. In the same way that nobody who says there is no weight or value in life is going to be able to convince someone who believes the opposite, that this is incorrect. So there's no way to convince Mahito that he's wrong in that way. If he fundamentally truly believes this, then, but because his reasoning is flawed, because if life had no value, right, and he compares it to a river, water flowing through the earth, life simply flows. But if there was no water on the earth, what would happen? Right? And then next, you could go to the next thing. Well, the trees' lives don't matter. The animals' lives don't matter. The human life don't matter. Then nothing matters. What does matter then? If life has no particular weight or particular value, then what does? And then you have to ask, then it's all fundamental. This is philosophy levels of Beyond 101. This is more of a very anarchy idea. Because if you're hungry, you eat. If you hate, you kill. It's a fundamental, simplistic philosophy. It was done actually years ago in it's not socialism necessarily. It's not capitalism. It's something else. Anyways, but it's pretty much what Makoto Shishio in Kenshin basically said. If you're strong, you live. If you're weak, you die. Fundamental law of the jungle. If you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want. And our society is technically sort of based in that, except it revolves around money. If you have enough money, you can kill and eat whatever you want. Right? So there's some truth within the statement, but some of it's flawed. Anyway, very interesting, very interesting. So, here we go. Recent disappearances and death by disfiguration. Thanks to intel based on the Windows encounters with the residuals, we can locate the killer's hideout. Alright, let's do it. Not so fast. This is just an approximation. We need to gather more information and doing something else. The boy at the movie theater is Yoshino Junpei. And I'm going to just call him Jun from now on. Because I don't know if it's Junpei, something else. Apparently he is the victim's classmate. The only cameras were located in the theater's hallway. Based on the way he carried himself, there's no reason to believe he's a curse user. However, the connection to the victims must be investigated. Curse user, a Jujutsu sorcerer with evil intent. I'm leaving things to Ichiji, so please work together to investigate Yoshino. I don't know any other assistant managers besides you. I'm the only one that knows that you're alive. Yeah, that's fair, because everybody else thinks he's dead. It's just an approximation, is it? You know the exact location? It's not just an approximation, is it? You know the exact location. He said, of course. If they wanted to, that would have been able to leave the crime scene without leaving residuals behind. It was an invitation to either come alone or risk bringing Itadori with me. I chose the former, nothing more. He's still a child, after all. Nanami-sensei, please be careful. I forgot to say that. Itadori, I'm not a teacher, so please don't call me sensei. Okay, Nanami-min, I'm going to smack you. Alright, so what I'm gathering here, you know what's funny? Is that I've completely forgotten about that whole, we have this festival with the other school coming up, this grand event thingy. And none of that matters right now. We're in a totally different storyline. It's kind of funny. Alright, so there he is. He's not in uniform. It seems he hasn't been to school in a while. So what are we going to do now? We'll use these. They're cursed spirits. Flyheads. They're small-time curses that aren't even grade 4. There's no one around, so I'm going to have to go after him. If he's an ordinary person who can't see curses, he'll have to rescue him. If he can see them, but doesn't seem to have a means of fighting back, again, you'll have to rescue him. 3, if he fights back with Jujutsu, we'll arrest him. Actually, this is a very sound strategy. By force? Yes, by force. It's fine if it's a misunderstanding. We can apologize later. However, 4, if Jun seems to be at a grade 2 sorcerer skill level or higher, retreat and meet up with Nanami. If he's grade 2, I think I'd be able to manage, actually, if you're a curse, perhaps. Do you remember what Fushiguro said? Sorcerers are typically assigned to missions involving curses of the same level. A grade 2 sorcerer is supposed to win against a grade 2 spirit. Facts. A grade 2 sorcerer is close to the skill of a level grade 1 curse. That only makes sense. You wouldn't want... Ideally, you send up people that you know will win against certain individuals. That's just common logic. Why haven't I been filled in about important details like that? Because Gojo is your mentor, is what he thinks. We're walking from here. This feels like a bad plan. It's a good plan. Show yourself already. Even if they are disfigured in lost causes, killing humans leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Jesus, this dude doesn't care. Oh, Mahito actually showed up. Oh, good. It'd be a problem if Satoru Gojo showed up, but someone too weak wouldn't be worth experimenting on. Jesus. Dude talks a big game. I don't like working overtime, so let's finish this quickly. Alright, chapter 22. They're alike. An almost textbook. And it's Gojo. Haha, I'm gonna kill ya. Superficially. And beyond that, deep dark strength. Is he comparing Gojo to Mahito? Wham. So they're fighting. They seem to be evenly matched. He's striking him. Bam, bam. Oh, and he cut into his arm. I thought I defended it properly. I used cursed energy. And he's wagging his arm around, which is like nearly Headless Nick from Harry Potter at this point. Is that some kind of curse technique? What do you mean by some kind? I appreciate questions that are left open to interpretation. Oh, good. Seems you don't mind talking. That depends on who I'm talking to. A cursed spirit who's able to hold a conversation like this. It would be silly for me not to assume a connection with the two unregistered special grade curses Gojo was talking about earlier. Hey, the soul or the body? Which do you think came first? Says Mahito. You know, like the chicken or the egg. That always an interesting question. I think the egg came first in that, you know. Because it's the age-old question, but what really came first? I want to say the egg, just saying. I still want to say the egg, because from the egg had to come the chicken. The chicken couldn't exist without the egg. But how did an egg get born? Well, you could have the idea of evolution. And eventually something evolved from microorganisms to bigger organisms to bigger organisms. And eventually something forming a chicken would come. And then the egg would come out of that. And then, you know. But then you could argue that the forefather was a chicken. But it wasn't really a chicken, you know. Either way, hard to say. Does the soul dwell in the body? Or is the body built on the soul? That's a good question. I guess I'll humor him. The former. The soul dwells within the body. Okay. Wrong. The answer is the latter. The soul should always exist before the body. The shape of the body will always be dependent on the shape of the soul, and he's reforming himself. I'm not healing. Instead, I'm reinforcing the shape of my soul. You get it, don't you? My curse technique can touch and reshape the soul. Idle transfiguration. He transforms this ghoulish-looking creature. I make humans small and store them. It's pretty hard, you know. An ordinary person eventually dies after being transfigured. But what about a Jujutsu sorcerer? It's 5:30. I started work today at 10, so no matter what, I'm clocking out by 6. Ooh. I feel like next panel that we see him, he's going to be like bloody and beaten. Alright. Yoshino, where were you? Okay, so Yoshino's here. Jun, some fat kid. You can't skip out on school like that. Oh, it's not a kid, it's a sensei. Sotomoto sensei. Why'd you run away? Did you hear? Sayama, Nishimuro, and Honda all died. You were all friends, right? Huh? What? This teacher's delusional. And even the kid's like, huh? They always looked out for you since you don't have friends and you weren't even at their funeral. The fuck? Friends? Me? With them? Come on, I'll go with you. Let's offer up some incest. He's insane. Teachers, all of you go to graduate school and then find work at a school. You haven't experienced the real world, have you? You and everyone else. That's why adults who are just big kids like you exist. I support everything you represent, June. What are you mumbling about? Spending too much time by yourself got you crazy. Just kidding. Ha ha ha. And he's sweating and huffing and puffing. Man, oh man. He's gonna kill him. He's gonna attack him. Oh, he's doing a Naruto thing. He's doing a Naruto thing. Jujutsu. Sexy no jutsu. And oh, wait, no. Stop. And we have Yuji flying in. 5 seconds before the mission's botched. Here we go, Itadori. Hold up. Somebody's there. Huh? Oh, he can see them. Gosh, so he's grabbing them. He's running around. What? Is he a gymnast? Hey, something I gotta ask you. Come here with me for a second. This button. And he notices. Hold on, can't you see I'm talking to him right now? How rude. Sorry, but it's important. Important? What does some kid know, Grr? Besides, what kind of unit? Pantsed him! Did not... What? Like, he pantsed him. What? 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 He pantsed him. He pantsed him. I don't get why I'm so shocked by this, but it just seems so... We had such a serious build-up moment, and then this. Ending up with a teacher sweating, a fat teacher sweating, being pantsed. So, you little brat, stop it. He ran away with the pants. What just happened? Come back. He's running away. And then he shows up again. Well, all right. Let's go. Huh? That was quick. Did you get around the block? You didn't have to do that. You could have just dragged me off. Yeah, I guess. But you don't like him, right? Why? It's just a hunch. And I'm wrong? No, you're not. Oh, is he going to be conflicted as fuck? Is he going to be conflicted? Like, June is going to meet Yuji, who he's going to, like, become friends with with one meeting. I hope they have more. One of the worst things they do in manga, and almost all my favorite manga do this, is that instantly with one meeting, people become friends. They're like, oh my god, I've never had someone actually be nice to me before for more than 5 minutes, and all of a sudden they're the best friend and they can't hurt them. It's like, that's not realistic, and I hate when mangas do that. It's like, yeah, you're totally evil because of this, that, and that. That makes sense. But the fact that they can't hurt the main character because, oh my god, like, he was nice to me one time in middle school, I can't hurt him. He's, like, considered my best friend. That happens so much in manga, and I just hope that they spend more time together. If they're going to go down that road, I want them to have more interactions than just this one. So... You don't want someone you hate hanging around your house, right? This way. He goes, yeah. So he's walking away. All right, whoa, all right. Yeah, I was right. Mojito, is that it? Why does he have legs like a goddamn deer? He's got deer legs. Deer legs. I'm going to make jerky out of those fucking legs. Grade 1 sorcerer. He's a grade 1 sorcerer? Jesus. Sigh. How unfortunate. What? His cursed energy. I'm now working overtime. Oh no. Oh no. Shit's gonna go down. Chapter 23. We're gonna get into it after we read a few things. Jesus. We're gonna read the chat. We're gonna see what's going on. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. Where were we? Actually, the chat's pretty slow, which I don't mind, as I said before. For these Jujutsu reads, I don't mind it for like a one chapter read for like Shimatsu no Valkyrie or something like that. But it's nice to have the smaller people in the chat that, you know, I can get through a chat read in about 10 minutes at most. and then get back to the chapters. It makes it easier to do the read-through. Let's see. Tyler Morgan said, yes, that's it, the 2-star sprites. Yeah, the Shikigami. The Shikigami from Hao's book. Yeah. Yeah, now I know what you mean. Sorry, I saw the A and I was reading it wrong. Dragon's Rage says, I am back, what did I miss? A teacher got pants and I'm really weirded out by it. That's what you missed. Dragon's Rage said, what chapter are you on? Oh, I was on 21. Now I'm on 23, I believe. Says fine. I don't like those type of ideologies. I don't agree with them. Those ideologies are fundamentally flawed, as I said, but see, the unfortunate thing about, like, free will, the idea, the utopia we all strive for is almost fundamentally impossible as a result, because you're always going to have people with different ideologies, different ways of life, different beliefs. And you cannot, we like to think we can, but you cannot actually fundamentally want a free and open free will world while at the same time condemning or judging other people for what they perceive as their way of life. Now, of course, this extends really difficultly. See, it's a naive concept. The idea of a utopia and world peace and stuff is a naive concept because it's not fundamentally possible, because you're always going to have those people. Like, for example, a culture that thinks it's okay to treat women like cattle is a culture that I think should be eradicated. That's a perfect example of something that I believe. But then again, you have someone from a culture like that who believes that I'm an infidel and should be completely erased because I'm an infidel, based on the sole purpose that I don't follow their ways. So you could argue that I have more tolerance. From my point of view, there's more tolerance in that. It's like, as long as you're not going on mass killing sprees, you're not beating women, you're not, child slavery, then all right, we can accept your religion, your way of life. We might not follow it, but you can live next door to me, you can do your thing. If Thursday's the day of religion, we'll try to keep it down, blah, 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 and we'll be respectful. And there's no problem with that. But then there's always the extreme side of things. You imagine having every single religion, every single culture living on the same street. It would not work. One household, every single one, following doctrine of every culture, of every religion, all down the same street, one house apiece. That would never work, because there'd be too much difference and somebody would step over bounds on somebody else. Like, would you really sit back and watch and be like across the street, sitting there having a cold beer like I do on my porch? Could you sit by and watch as someone beats their kid? Would you sit back and watch that? Would you sit back and watch as they beat their wife on their front lawn? Would you do that? Or would you stand up and go, either I'm grabbing a baseball bat or I'm going to call the authorities, right? Now, once again, that's their culture. That's their religion. That's their whatever. Who am I to judge? So this is why the whole idea of free will and fairness and all that stuff is a naive idea, because there's always going to be, no matter how accepting and tolerant you are, if my religion says that I can steal and rape and pillage and murder, you're going to go, well, no, I don't respect that religion. It's like, but that's my religion, man. And then it becomes a whole thing, right? So it becomes very deep, very philosophical. And yeah, ideologies are part of the problem, actually, because everybody's going to have a different one, and nobody's ever going to see eye to eye, no matter how much you try. Dragon Trades also says, I think the chicken came first, since the egg wouldn't exist without the chicken. As I said, the chicken could have come first, but was it really a chicken? Or was it some prehistoric version of the chicken? Like today's birds, for example, are probably some prehistoric dinosaur evolved at this point. Sharks, things like that, right? Turtles. They've evolved over many, many millennia. So the chicken, the first, what we would consider a chicken, was probably born from an egg. The thing that birthed that egg was probably, like the last one was probably not a chicken. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Dragon says, I mean, usually in shonen, it takes at least an arc for people to become friends. Yeah, but sometimes you see it like one arc, it's like, oh, we had one interaction at a McDonald's, and now like he saved me from a bus, and now like it's not tsundere. What is it? The one is like, oh no, this, like he saves the girl from a speeding bus. Are you all right, my knight in shining armor? And from then on, calls him darling, and is the knight in shining armor. That I forget what that trope is. I hate that trope. It's like he literally just was a courteous individual who didn't want to see you run over by a bus, and meanwhile you fall madly in love with him, love at first sight, like on steroids. I hate that trope, but it also happens with the friendship between guys sometimes in manga, and I hate when that happens. Miss Content says Mahito's ability is super messed up. It is really messed up. Like, he can affect the soul, so there doesn't seem to be any limit to that ability, so it's going to be really interesting. Either way, we're caught up with the chat. Tyler Morgan has retracted both of his messages, so I don't know what they were. And so now we're jumping into chapter 23. Here we go. So, Slash, you're not bad. Alright, so we're still in the fight with Mahito and Nanami. And they seem to be going at it. They seem to be doing pretty well, both combatants. Mahito even says how fun. He changes people's shapes, but does their mass stay the same? Well, mass can't be... well, this is manga, so who knows. But mass, fundamentally, is not allowed to be changed. He changes the shapes, but does the mass stay the same? Either way, it's not a good matchup for my technique. And he says, the floor thing, crying. Help? A person once disfigured cannot be helped. If they come out after you, kill it without hesitation. It's for the sake of the victims as well. So they can't... Can Mahito change them back? Mahito probably has the ability to do so, but they, within their technology, they don't have that ability. Oh, sorry. I practiced a lot, so even if I change their shapes, they don't die immediately. The brain's consciousness is still not perfect. The sweat of the soul trickles out like that sometimes. Don't worry about it. Let us continue. I'm not worried. Oh, he rubs the face of this thing. I don't bring my personal feelings into work. What a terrible liar, laughs Mahito. Your soul is wavering. I mean, yeah, it is. What rank are you? Grade 1. As he slashes his sword. No wonder you're strong. Perfect for experimentation. Lucky me. Thanks. And he jumps forward, and he seems to impale him. Oh no, he grabbed him by the coat. Gawk. He slashes him back. Did I surprise you with how much faster I got all of a sudden? I can even change the shape of my own soul. Even if sorcerers can protect their bodies using cursed energy, they can't protect their souls. First off, one must acknowledge one's soul. Without that, it's impossible. But it seems you're subconsciously protecting your soul using your cursed energy. Otherwise, you'd just be another pawn to me. Well, after 2 or 3 more times, you'll no longer be human. Oh, so he's affecting his soul. Is that all you've got, grade 1 sorcerer? And he turns his, as I said, his feet into these deer things. Now they're back to normal feet. You did a lot of running. All right, so he punctured him. He didn't just grab his jacket, he punctured him. You did a lot of running. Are you at your limit yet? Sigh, how unfortunate. I'm now working overtime, as we saw at last chapter. What? His cursed energy, and Mahito's noticing, is increasing, and now he's wrapping the spotted bandages around his fist. Overtime, he restricts himself based on time. He was limiting his power until now. Interesting. Mahito's very interested by this. My curse technique can divide a subject with lines and forcibly create... Why? Don't! Aizen! Shut up, Aizen! For fuck's sakes! Bankai! Stop explaining your bankais! For fuck's sakes! Jesus! Stop explaining bankais! My curse technique and blah 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 blah. The lines don't have to measure up to the target's full length or wingspan. Head, torso, biceps, forearms, I can decide which part to divide. He's divulging his technique. You're not playing around. And this technique is also applicable to non-living things. In order to exercise this spirit, I'll have to either keep dealing damage until the spirit runs out of cursed energy, which is not realistic, running again, or jumps, wall runs, completely destroy him with one blow. Ratio technique collapse. He punches the wall. What power and what was that streak of cursed energy? So he ran a line, he punched the wall, an expanded curse technique applied to destruction. All the lines, is he trying to bury him? A large scale attack, and he doesn't care if he gets hit while doing it. I better dodge this. Dodge this. Boom! That's such a Trinity from Matrix thing. Oh yeah, here we go. Slashes him right in the... I shall take my leave. You should do the same after you fix your leg. We'll meet again, if we're both still alive by then. So, he broke down the wall to bury them both, and then he slashed him to break his leg, to cut his leg, and now he's like, alright, I'm gonna leave now. If we meet again, if we're both alive after this, I'm gonna go. Because he knows he can't win outright, it seems. So that means that Mojito is more dangerous than this guy. Probably only Gojo can beat him. But I think we assumed that from our first introduction of him. An earthquake? Yeah, felt about a 2.0. Jesus, so it was really strong. Put all his strength into a destructive capability. No good, I can't reach Ichichi. Can't I just start questioning him now? Can I just be straight with him? How much Jujutsu high can I tell him? Pick up. Ichichi gives chase to the second fly head. Come back! Playing Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing. On my old channel I actually played Animal Crossing as a Let's Play. What should I do? If you run into a student wearing a spiral button, you should befriend their Jujutsu sorcerers. I'm sure you'll hit it off. What's Mojito planning? But I thought sorcerers were Mojito's enemies, which they are. Oh, forget it, I'll just ask him. Hey, people died at the movie theater you went to. Did you see anything? Maybe something weird like this? And he remembers Mojito? No, I didn't. I only became able to see things recently. Oh, then I got nothing else for you. That's it? But my superior's coming soon. Can you wait a bit? Sure. Anyway, what movie were you watching? It's an old movie. You wouldn't know it. Tell me. Earthworm 3. That's such a boring movie. I can't tell you how many times I got punched watching it. He's seen it. Punched? Sheesh, it's a splatter film, so I guess it's not the kind of movie where you expect some kind of story. But the second one was actually not bad. Huh? Oh, we're gonna hook up over movies. This is fantastic. That's true. That's some true friendship right there, where you're like, nah, sequel Star Wars sucks. Yeah, but Star Wars ain't that bad. No, Star Wars, the sequels are good. You know what? But the prequels weren't bad. Wait a minute. You like the prequels too? Yeah, Hayden Christensen quit acting because of it, because people hated a 19-year-old trying to act in a big budget film. And he was given crappy dialogue by George Lucas. What was he supposed to do? I know! Hayden Christensen's not that bad an actor. Right? See? That's true friendship right there. I just befriended myself. Look at that shit. That's how true friendship is born, ladies and gentlemen. So now they're hitting it off. And there's that fucker. That monk wanting to be Moroku motherfucker. Watching on. Alright, chapter 24. Let's read the chat. And then we'll do chapter 24. Miss Content said, God, I hate that patch-faced little prick. Patch-faced little prick. You talking about Mojito? I thought Mojito was supposed to be like some great-ass character. Tyler Morgan says, I made a character base of my loving self and one base 0 sadness and rages. Interesting. Miss Content says, he mentioned earlier that explaining your technique can make it more powerful through a pact. Did he? That's weird, though. That's weird. Haha! If I tell you exactly how I do my sword draws, how I use, Hite Mitsurugi style, it'll become more powerful because now you know about it. That makes no fucking sense. If he did mention that, that is something in Jujutsu Kaisen I do not like because it makes no sense. Dragon's Rage said, remember that comment I made about overtime earlier in the stream? I was foreshadowing. I was going to say something about that, Dragon's Rage, but I was like, come on, man. Tyler Morgan says, my series based on my vision of multiverse of self. All right. I mean, multiverse is always interesting, but I feel like the problem with multiverse is that you get a lot of contingencies. It's like a time travel story. You need to set your rules and stick to them. If you don't, like the Terminator franchise was fine in Terminator 1. Terminator 2 sort of screwed it up. Not necessarily, but it works. But then after Terminator 2, T4 fucked up. Terminator Salvation made no sense. Terminator Salvation, the fundamental properties make no sense. The storyline makes no sense. The machines can't know about Kyle Reese. It's impossible until 1986. Until the time machine is built and Kyle Reese goes back, there's no way to know. So it's just, yeah. Time travel and multiverse are both very, very, you have to be super careful so you don't have plot holes. Miss Content says, oh yeah, Mojito is really well written. He's in my top 5, but not because I like him. Fair enough. I mean, I don't dislike him or like him. I think he's an interesting antagonist. He's got a fundamentally flawed ideology, but you understand what it was based on because he's born from humans and their fear of them, so he sees it quite differently. His ability is sort of broken, but it's interesting. Dragon said, I lied. Everybody hates Mojito. Oh. Okay. Well, we're going to read chapter 24 and we're going to see what happens, right? Earthworm Man 2. At first glance, part 2 isn't any different than 1 or 3. The way a perfectionist is willing to lay everything out there is beautifully portrayed. I feel like this is like Tremors. Like, is this movie just basically supposed to be Tremors with Kevin Bacon? I couldn't figure out why I liked it so much, but I guess that's the reason. I watched it 3 times. It was also the one with the most intense score, so it was a bit much. Why did you put yourself through that? So you like movies, Itadori? Special Circumstances had me watching a bunch lately, but not in the theater. Oh yeah, great movies are really worth watching at the theater, though on demand's pretty convenient. I don't actually use on demand. I used to when I lived with my parents, but now I just basically I buy a Blu-ray. So I can't even remember the last time I went. You got to take me sometime. Oh, how can I contact you? Here. Oh, he's giving him his phone to put his number in? Huh? June? Is that the mother? Who's that? Mom! Oh, the mom smokes. The mom's a badass. Waifu material right there. You guys know I love my MILFs. I love my older women. There we go. There's the waifu. Screw the rest of them. Literally. But screw the rest of them. Here we go. Waifu material right there. June's mom. June's mom. #1 woman in Jujutsu Kaisen. Let's see if the next 100 chapters can convince me otherwise. Is this a friend? I just met him. We were just met, but I think we'll get along. What's your name? Yuji Itadori. You and spring onions really don't match. I know, right? I'm aiming to be a lady that doesn't go out with spring onions. What are they talking about? What? What? You and spring onions really don't match? I know, right? I'm aiming to be a lady that doesn't go with spring onions. What are they talking about? I don't get it either. Is like she's got green onions in the bag? Spring onions, I guess. They don't really match? Is it because she looks like a badass with the black t-shirt and the smoke in her hand? Like her shopping, like grocery shopping, like a mom doesn't match? Is that it? But that spring onion, isn't that more like a leek? It looks more like a leek from the drawing. Or green onion. Anyways, point is, alright. Oh, someone snaps the smoke. I thought I told you to stop smoking. Yeah. Oh, June. Pocket ashtray, please. Yuji, how about joining us for dinner? Hey! Don't be a pain. My food's a pain. And he's like hungry as shit. Got anything you can't eat? Allergies? Nope. All good. You know, that's nice. See, I like the mom. The mom, waifu material. Number one woman right there. Number one woman right there, guys. She's probably the most powerful character in the verse, by the way. Gojo Sensei is humbled by this woman. Just saying. You get a middle-aged woman who smokes in a manga. She's instantly, it's like having old men in manga. You have a guy in his 60s in manga, instantly a badass. You got a woman who smokes middle-aged in manga, instantly you don't fuck with her. Like, Mahito could show up and be like, haha, I will transfigure you. And she'd be like, she'd take her fucking cigarette and burn him in the face and say, when did I let you into my kitchen? And he'd be like, what? He'd be like, no. What the fuck you doing in my house? I'm sorry, ma'am. Yeah, damn right you're sorry. Get out. Or you stay for supper and you wash your hands before dinner. Like, I can see that happening. This bitch is taking no prisoners. I love it. Alright, let's see. Oh no, we're jumping away. Alright, let's see. Oh, Rubble. Mahito managed to reform himself like some disgusting creature. Ha ha ha! Like I thought that. Sorcerers are nuts! You guys went all out, and then it's Gito, that monk wannabe. He was an interesting guy. I learned a lot. Is that so? If I'm crushed to bits, as long as I can sustain my soul's shape, I won't die. My cursed energy is also controlled by my will. Please don't tell me this is going to be a Takno Jutsu to beat that. Like this sounds like some Nagato level shit. So it sounds like Takno Jutsu is going to be the thing. Like, my cursed energy is controlled by my will, and as long as my will is strong, I will not die. It's like, oh no. His will is going to be broken by some Takno Jutsu. Please, God, no Takno Jutsu. And it seems like I can freely manipulate the shape of my soul without risks involved. Give me your clothes. No. I'll try a bunch of stuff next time. Where's the sorcerer? Not sure. He said he'd retreat, but he might have been trapped under the rubble. And then we see the car. What? At Junpei Yoshino's house? You can't. It's no problem. We're watching movies. Movies? Even if Junpei Yoshino was somehow involved, I doubt he would be able to do anything to Itadori. Understood. I'm on my way. Get out if you feel anything's off. However, as a manager, this is a huge failure. If I'd been the one that was Mr. Responsible Gojo, I think I'd cry if Mr. Mature Nanami chews me out. Gotta hurry. I don't want to cry in front of the people this stage. Guys, calling early. I'm done for. Hello? I've sent my coordinates. Please come pick me up. I need to head back to Jujutsu High to see Irie for some treatment. Treatment? Don't worry, it's not life-threatening. Thank goodness. I'll pick up Itadori and head your way. You're not with him? I'm such an idiot. Tap. He ended the call. Alright, so he's trying to medically... So, he did get pierced. He is hurt. I've been practicing a lot. Perfect for extermination. Lucky me. That cursed spirit is a child. It doesn't seem like much time has passed since he appeared. He's greedily enjoying his growth. The spirit Gojo fought could even use domain expansion. If the child spirit survived, it's only a matter of time before he reaches that point. We can expect an unfathomable body count. If we're not quick in exercising him, we might pass the point of no return. And then, Takashi with full confidence said, it's an alien embryo. And then picked it up. Oh man, they're all laughing and having a good time. This is fantastic. And the mom, it was just Konyaku yam noodles from lunch. And she'd drink a beer. The mom is fantastic. The mom is great. The mom is absolutely wonderful. I love this mother. Don't tell my wife. Yam noodles. It was yam noodles, man. Oh my God. Mom, you're drunk. A woman after my own heart. You know what? Let's pour another beer for her. Let's pour another beer for June's mother. Why didn't you guys tell me about June's mother? I know I said no spoilers, but come on. You should have said, hey, wait until you meet the mom. And I would have known. I would have known. Let's pour another full mug. A full mug of beer for June's mom. Here, here. Woman after my own heart. Older, sexy. The smoking thing just makes her look badass. I'm not a huge fan of smoking. I don't smoke myself. Stellar body. Great sense of humor. Gets drunk. Loving it. And cooks. And cooks. God love it. Yuji, do something funny with this. Hands him a tray. What an irritating drunk. Wilson! What? What? I don't even get it, but it's fucking funny. And even he's laughing his ass off. That's from Castaway. Oh, he's doing the Castaway. Wilson, he's talking. The tray's the volleyball. Oh my God, when Tom Hanks got diabetes from that film. Oh, that's in bad taste, but also hilarious. Oh my God, he did a Wilson thing. It's first Lord of the Rings, now Castaway. Oh, they got it. They need to. Please, I am your father. Come on, do an I am your father. Let's go. That's from Castaway. Yep. I don't get it. A movie? Oh, man. The mom didn't laugh, though. The mom did. To be fair, I didn't see Castaway till I was an adult. So, fair enough. But she's an adult. She should have seen it. And then the kid's laughing. Okay, June's laughing. So June's having a funny time. All right, he's a movie buff. Me and June and Yuji, we'd get along. These guys are nerds. They're movie buffs. They're idiots. It's great. I'm all three of those. It's fantastic. Your mom's a great person. Facts. Yeah. School, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Kids your age have too much on their mind anyway. That mom is irresponsible but great. School is just one small fish tank. This is true. There are other tanks out there, even the ocean. Choose what you think is best. Not bad if I say so myself. Granted, it's technically illegal I didn't know this actually until recently, but apparently it's illegal if you don't homeschool your kid and apply for it. You can't just keep your kids at home. It's sort of illegal, at least in this country, to not send your kids to school. I think there's ways around it, but you do need to fill out forms and stuff. You need legitimate reasons why you don't send your kid to school. So there is that. But school is just one small fish. This is very true. This is more 1960s, 1970s thought process where people could just drop out of school, start working, do what they love, do what they wanted to do. It was a simpler time. Less laws, less conformities, less everything. But yeah. All right, I get what the mom's trying to do. And it's very difficult because you have one from one generation trying to teach the next one. And then you have the technology boom that we had. And it's just kind of like the world works that you can't just go into high school and then become like the manager of a major CEO corporation. Or you make it big on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or something like that, right? You either do something that nobody's done before and it revolutionizes and you make $1 zillion on it, or you fail. Like Mark Zuckerberg could have failed. He could have just been a college dropout by the end of the day, and then he would just be a working class like the rest of us. But he made this thing, and he made $1 zillion on it. It happens, right? Like, but are you going to bet your whole future on that? And nowadays, like, you can't just... Nobody's going to accept you if you don't have a high school diploma anymore. You're not going to be able to go to college. You're not going to be able to get a job. Like, it just... I don't know. I think it was easier back then in some respects. You know? I really do. Some things it was a lot more difficult, but other things were a lot easier. Just depends on the generation. Let's see. June says, what's your mom like? Oh, I never met her. I barely remember my dad either. I had my grandpa, though. Oh, yeah, his grandpa. Sorry, that's my phone. Sorry, we're watching movies. You're a Jujutsu sorcerer, aren't you? Yeah. Is it okay to tell him? Have you ever killed anybody? He said no. But you'll eventually run into bad sorcerers too, right? What do you do then? It's still not... I'd still rather not kill anybody if possible. Why? They're bad people. I mean, the choice to kill will definitely find its way to me. If I question the value of life at that point, then maybe the lives of those important to me will also become vague. And that scares me. There we go. There's some ideology. It's like, if all life isn't sacred, then is the life of your wife sacred? Is the life of your children sacred? Is it like, you go to a parent and tell them that they're, like, that's the problem with Mahito's logic. If life has no value, then your children's lives have no value. And you go up to any parent and tell them that their child's life is meaningless. Any parent who doesn't immediately try to knock you out shouldn't have been a parent in the first place. So there you go. Yuji's got this dynamic. I love it. I love it. This is some deep shit. I did not expect Jujutsu Kaisen to get this deep. I expected more shonen battle. Not that, to be fair, not that Naruto didn't have some deep philosophical like concepts. Not that Bleach didn't. Not that One Piece doesn't. But not that Toriko didn't. But the big four. But I know it's the big three. But Toriko should have been up there. Fuck Naruto. But you have that at chapter 100 and 200. You don't really get it this close, like right off the bat. We're into 20 odd 30 chapters, and already we're getting this deep. It's very uncharacteristic of a Shonen Jump manga, but it's not a bad thing. It's like Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone started off fire for this very reason. So let's see. People don't have heart. I was saved by those words and was given power. So he's got power now. Did Mahito give him power? But if killing someone means that my soul is stained, then I can't kill. Oh. The mom wakes up. Did Yuji go home already? What is this? Sukuna finger. A finger? Oh no, some beastly breasticle creature. No, don't kill you. Don't kill the mom. You kill the mom, I'll drop this fucking series. I swear I'll do it. Don't kill my waifu. If they kill my waifu, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, you can't kill my waifu like that. I will hate every female from here on out in the whole series. They better not kill my waifu. God damn it. They better not do that. Let's see. Checking the chat before we continue the chapter. Dragon Dude says, some people hate Mahito so much they end up liking him. I mean, I don't know what's really to hate so far. I can understand hating the bitch. Nobutatara, whatever her name is. Hating her is super easy. I don't get why people waifu that bitch. But hating her is easy. I don't get how you could hate Mahito yet. Maybe they hate him later. I mean, his ability's sort of bullshit, but, you know, it's a little OP, a little broken, but alright. It's not enough to hate him. It's not Merlin. I think people that hate Mahito never read Seven Deadly Sins. Fine said, a pact is taking a restriction on yourself. Like, for example, having less cursed energy for 8 hours or a day, or the enemy knowing your technique, and in turn you get a boost in something else. Says, fine. So, what was that in reference of again? There was something about a pact. Oh, explaining your technique can make it more powerful through a pact. So you restrict yourself. So the whole overtime thing makes his power stronger. but I still don't get how the I suppose the explanation could be a pact, but that seems like a stupid pact. The overtime thing seems like a cool pact. The explaining the ability seems like a stupid pact. And in turn you get a boost in something else, which is fair. Once again, it's fair, but I just feel like I try to find something else. This is feeling very Hunter x Hunter with the pack thing. Like, I can't die until blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? But Fine said, yeah, MILF is great. MILF is great. MILF is great. Ms. Condon said, in return for your opponent knowing how your technique works, the technique's effect becomes more powerful in some way. Yeah, but that's like some Hunter x Hunter bullshit. I'm saying that, like, couldn't he find something else to bet on that would make his technique powerful? It just seems like too much of a gamble. Like, why couldn't it be that, like, I'm restricted between 8 and 5:30. After 5:30, I'm working overtime, and that's his restriction. And then from 5:30 on, something like that. I don't know. Tyler Morgan says, I got it. Thank you. Of multiple verse stuff. All right, cool. Kyoen would agree, Jojo. Don't know. Miss Content said you should really read that webtoon Helper I mentioned. There's a guy whose entire power base is around smoking cigarettes. Yeah. Webtoons and me, we have a love-hate relationship, so maybe. Fine said, nah, no talk, no jutsu on Mojito. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, if there's talk no jutsu on this bitch, I'm going to be severely disappointed. Dragon said, don't worry, Griever. She ends up killing the spirit, then ends up killing Mojito, ending this arc. Sounds like something that badass bitch would do. Dragon said, sorry for the spoiler. You know what? I don't mind that kind of spoiler. This content, it gets compared to Hunter x Hunter a lot. It is very Hunter x Hunter power system. Which, honestly, people praise it. In all honesty, this is not the ideal power system. Just saying. This is not, and Hunter x Hunter is praised for being such a great power system. No, it's just a complicated power system. Like Magic the Gathering. Oh, it's such a great card game. No, it's not. It's a good card game. It's not great. It's just complicated. It's just complicated as fuck, and there's 1,000 loopholes to figure out this, that, and the other thing. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a better card game. But Magic the Gathering is just more convoluted, more complicated, and there's a lot more versatility, and people take that as making it great. The Nocturnal's Doctrine, the game, Natural Doctrine, the PS3 or PS4 game, came out with the system. It was convoluted as fuck. Didn't make it a great game. I didn't beat the first level. It was so fucking stupid. You know, so it's weird. Like, this power system isn't bad, but it's certainly not fantastic. Like, Bleach's power system's better. One Piece's. Toriko's. Naruto's even. There's a lot better power systems than this. This makes it seem super crazy, like super, like way better than the other ones because it's complicated. But when you strip it away, it's just like, oh my god, then they can do anything. You know, the Hunter x Hunter and Jujutsu power system is way more complicated than it should be. And it's just, I don't know. I don't think you need to make a power system this complicated. I think you're trying to cover up the fact that the power system is going to not be nearly as impressive. There's not going to be some super Bankai moment for characters or Devil Fruit Awakening for characters. Therefore, you need to make it overcomplicated and overcompensate in different aspects of it. That's just me. I don't mind a little bit of complication. Like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, the game, you need to really learn how to play tactful. Tactful is different than complicated, right? Like, A tactful power system is much different than a complicated one. And I feel like Hunter x Hunter and Jujutsu Kaisen are confusing them. And they're trying to make a tactful system with in-depth layers, but it's not working the way they've written it. I just don't think. I don't mind the power system. I'm enjoying the manga. Don't get me wrong. This is not me naysaying anything on the manga. It's just that anybody who's going to tell me that, like, oh, this power system is so much better than Seven Deadly Sins, so much better than Bleach, so much better than this, it's like, no, it's not. Actually, I don't think it's a very good power system. I think it's kind of, yeah, you can do versatility with it, but Oda simplified that with Devil Fruits. You know, now you can do anything. Like, this is an overcomplicated version of, oh, people can do anything if you just, set your mind to it. Oda simplified that by being, it's a devil fruit. Problem solved. And that makes it way more flow, way easier, way less congested. Just seems like you need to remember 1,000,001 things. Like the pack thing. I totally forgot about the pack thing. We have cursed energy, cursed techniques, cursed objects, people without curses, ex-humans. We have this, we have that. We're 20 chapters in and there's 1,000,000 things to follow. I'm not saying that makes it a bad series. I'm saying it makes it congested. And that is a bit of a drawback. Miss Conta did say it gets compared to Hunter x Hunter a lot. And Fine says, yeah, it pretty much is Hunter x Hunter. And it is, yeah. Tyler Morgan said you should watch Jukai. Never heard of it. Miss Conta says, I like a little complication in my power systems, which we do have, but this is over the top. When they're consistent, it allows for a lot of interesting dynamics in fights. And I agree with that. I like the interesting dynamics in the fights. But I feel like overcomplication for the sake of overcomplication causes problems. I like basic power systems that evolve. I like evolution power systems. I don't care for this soft magic system where everything you have a soft magic system like Lord of the Rings and then you add no limit to what they can do. Like you basically, Lord of the Rings, soft magic system with Dragon Ball Z capabilities. That's bad. And that's what it feels like Hunter x Hunter and stuff are doing. It's like, there's no limit to what you can do. You just need to figure out a loophole dialogue way to do it. And that's beyond 3D chess. That's going into something that I don't care to try to understand. And I just don't want to, in all honesty. I feel like that's getting way too complicated. Dragon Dredge says, a complicated power system shows how much thought the author put into the series. Once again, yes, plenty of thought put into the series, but at the same time, if you have overcomplicated your readers by chapter 20, that's a bit of an issue, just like a slow-paced story arc. Yeah, you might have the greatest story ever written on paper, but if it takes you 30 chapters to even get off the ground, your series is going to be canceled before you get to the greatest story ever written. Right? So in the same way, having an overcomplicated power system, though it might be intricate and make a whole lot of sense, at the end of the day, people prefer Yu-Gi-Oh! Over Magic the Gathering. People might say Magic the Gathering is the most popular card game, blah, blah, blah. That's fine, dandy. But Yu-Gi-Oh! I could teach my 9-year-old kid how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I can teach a 9-year-old how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't teach a 9-year-old how to play Magic the Gathering in a tournament. Jesus. Ms. Content says, I think the Jujutsu power system was confusing for me at first, but after going through over things and looking at some explanations, it's become pretty simple to understand. A lot of rock, paper, scissors stuff. Which, yeah, I agree that that's happening, and I don't disagree that it's... I'm just saying I'm seeing the seeds of overcomplication unnecessarily. I'm saying that this type of power system, personally, for my preference, is not what I would do. If I wrote a story, I would never, ever write a manga with a power system like Jujutsu or Hunter x Hunter. Never. Ever. I would have a much more simplistic power base, and I'd go from there. Evolutions, tangents, whatever on the side, but I would keep it simplistic. Because when you overcomplicate it, you end up confusing too many readers, right? Like right now, I'm not overly confused, but what's the limit here? Like Mihito can modify and control the soul, so he's invincible. Without Tog no Jutsu, he is never going to be beaten or killed. He's going to grab a hold of Buddy, he's going to modify their soul, and that's the end of it. It's game over. I don't really see a way around Mihito. Unless the soul is considered something else, but they've already gone on that whole heart versus soul explanation. So I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see a way around Mihito. Or the whole infinity of Gojo. Gojo can't be beat. Gojo can't be beat. That's a fact. So, what do you do there? Like, we already know who can win the day. So it's sort of, you know what I mean? And now you have to think, oh, well, now I got to think 3-dimensional. Now I got to think 4-dimensional. You got to go way too in depth into the logistics. And it's what I hate the most about when people try to power scale and power rank in YouTube videos and on Discord and stuff. And the problem with systems like Hunter x Hunter and Jujutsu is they are literally feeding that. It's like, oh, well, if the velocity of something is going 134 miles per hour and they broke the brick wall at this density with that stuff, that means that Metal Bat could only smack Garo in the side of the head and would only crack 2 of his ribs, not 4, and blah, 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 because the sustainability of the human body based on his muscle structure is X. And if we take X divided by Y, like, that, none of that is going through a Magika's mind, in my opinion. Not a single part of physics. Right? So, you know what I mean? Like, when you get into, when you're reading shonen, you don't want 4D chess. That's all I'm saying. Tyler Morgan said, and this is why you rock to me. You're very loving and honest about your feelings. Thank you, Tyler. Tyler said you should look her up sometime if you're free. She does Undertale anime stuff. Okay, I'll check it out. Dragon's Rage says, so which do you lean towards? A more soft magic system? I think soft magic systems with limitations like Lord of the Rings are fine. Like, Gandalf can't just blow up Middle-earth. He's a goddamn angel, pretty much, but he can't blow up Middle-earth. But he can do amazing feats, but it's soft and we don't know the limitations and what he really can and can't do, right? But he can't nuke Middle-earth. We know that, right? So there's limitations. We just don't know what they are. It's a soft magic system. It works within the confines of the story. He can do incredible things, not explainable by characters within the world, but they're not so great that he's revered as a godlike figure who can do anything. So that's fine. Fine said, you'd make a punch harder power system. Not necessarily. That's Dragon Ball Z, and that's too simplistic. I'm saying a happy middle ground. For example, once again, Bleach is a good system of this, or Toriko. You have Bankai, right? Yeah, but the Bankai might make you strong, right? It might make you faster, stronger, and increase your attributes. But based on the abilities, you can have poor matchups. Based on the abilities are unique and special for every Shikai and Bankai in the series, as a perfect example. Then you have things like Toriko, where you have different abilities and different ways of doing things. And in the same way, even Naruto with Jutsu, you have different jutsus. Sure, The Sharingan should make everybody invincible, but it doesn't. Itachi still has limitations. Every character still has limitations, drawbacks, recoil. There's a fundamental system when you establish a system like Ki in Dragon Ball Z or Chakra in Naruto or something like that. You still have a power-based system. You can take different avenues, but it's all off of the same tree, right? You have different branches, but it works. And some branches are higher than others. That's all it is. But they're still based on the confines of the chakra, right? Or the ki, or whatever power system you want to use. A fairy tale works on a magic-based system, people with magic, but there's so many different types of magic, so many different matchups, and characters might be, like Urza might be able to beat, that might be a bad example, but Urza might be able to beat one character, but lose to someone who lost to that character, because it's a bad matchup, right? Dragon Slayer magic is better than certain types of magic against other foes. It's just rock, paper, scissors works fine. Swords versus shields versus axes, right? Or spears versus swords versus axes, right? That's fine, but you also need to establish differentials, right? Dragon Drage says, Oda's power system is more in the middle. Right, when he introduced Haki, that balanced out the Devil Fruit ability. And that balanced the power system to make it make a lot of sense. While still having as much freedom as fun with powers as he fucking wanted. Tyler Morgan said, can I make a power style based system off mind? Like a mind-based power system? I mean, sure, you could. I think that would be one or two dimensional because it would all be about who has the strongest mind. Like someone like Professor X would win every day, right? So, or Stephen Hawking or Einstein, someone with the most brain capacity would win every time. But you could do it. Dragon just said it depends on the Devil Fruit. Right, exactly. So, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to point out is that I like hard magic systems. I like soft magic systems. I like hybrid systems. What I don't like so far in Jujutsu Kaisen and in Hunter x Hunter is they took a power system and overly complicated it unnecessarily, in my opinion. Just to try to seem like, it seemed like they went, let's try to go as far as we can go so that even if this seems to be like an overcompensation for plot holes for power systems. It's like, nobody will ever figure this out, that we have a plot hole in our power system, because we made it so goddamn convoluted and congested that there's no way anybody will figure it out. And even if they do, it'll be 1 out of 1 million people. That's the way it feels like to me, is what they're doing. Like, why couldn't it just all be cursed energy based? It's cursed energy. There's weapons with cursed energy. There's people with cursed energy. End of story. The domain thing works. But this whole manipulation of soul stuff is getting... And this whole... Alright, I've already, made the flat line, and I've already divided you by a meter stick, and now I'm going to... like, everything seems to... And the whole, I've made packs to make my power stronger. I hated that aspect in Hunter x Hunter, so I don't really like it now. I'm only 120 chapters into Hunter x Hunter, but I did not like that. And now I don't like it here either. I just think it's convoluting stuff for the sake of... who said... Fine said the punch harder system. Well, at the end of the day, a pact is a punch harder system with no training. Isn't it? You have a dude who said, alright, I'm going to make a pact that I am 10 times as strong between the hours of 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. And outside of those hours, I will be half my physical strength for the other 23 hours of the day. right? And then you strategically go and you fight at 2 p.m., right? Now I'm 10 times stronger. Boom! Punch. Right? That would be a pact. That's a pact you could make. And you'd be garnered, like Hunter x Hunter Jujutsu would be like, okay, the pack is worth about, it's not 10 times worth, but it's about 6 times worth. And they'll, all right, that's 6 times worth. Okay, so that's 6 times worth. All right, so I'm going to punch that guy 6 times. At least Dragon Ball Z characters came by their strength, honestly. They train, hyperbolic time chamber, training for 7 years in the afterlife like Goku did. Like, yeah, it's the punch hard. It's a facade. It's a veil over the punch harder system. This is a punch harder system. It's just veiled by complications. That's the way it looks to me, anyways. And once again, I'm not ragging on Jujutsu Kaisen for doing this. I understand why people like it, and I understand why the inspiration from Hunter x Hunter's system. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, it's just a veiled punch harder system. You don't really have... It's not really that complicated. It's a punch harder system with, haha, dialogue involved. Instead of Goku doing a million push-ups, you have someone going, haha, I will have 6 pages of dialogue to explain how I am 10 times stronger with my punch. Goku's like, I did a million push-ups, that's why my punch is stronger. It's... Dragon Ball Z is simplistic on the face. Jujutsu Kaisen and Hunter x Hunter is veiled, doing 1,000 push-ups. Or a million push-ups. That's what I'm taking away from it. You guys can disagree. I'm going to need a bathroom break here anyways. Then we'll go on to, what chapter are we on? 24? 25. We're on chapter 25. That's cool. Dragon Dude says power systems with Griever. Exactly. I think I've covered the power systems. Tyler Morgan says, can I make a power system based off Zen and vibration, also mind and thoughts? You do whatever you want, man. You base a power system. The trick is to find plot holes. The trick is to find any faults in the system and either fix them before you write your story, or use them as a loophole for a specific character or group of characters. Tyler Morgan said, is Gon evil in the end? Because I really like Gon. I have no idea. I think Gon's a terrible character. Not a terrible character. I think he's not a hero. I don't think he's a nice guy. I think he's a selfish little brat. I think Gon is a selfish brat with the face. Once again, Hunter x Hunter, man. Facades for days. He's Natsu. People hate Fairy Tail, but Gon is a evil Natsu. He's a bad Natsu. He's a selfish, spoiled Natsu. That's what he is. So far, once again, 120 chapters in, so maybe that'll change. But Gon is not a good person. He's a selfish little brat. And, yeah, no. So, is Gon evil? I have no idea. Anyways, we should probably jump back to Jujutsu Kaisen. I've probably been ranting 15 minutes now. But yeah, we're taking a break anyways. And then I'll be right back, and we are definitely going to get to chapter 31. We have 6 chapters left to go through, and we'll get through them. Alrighty, let's read the chat and then let's get back to it. Since we're going to be at that 3-hour mark soon. Tyler Morgan said, what do you think of How? How is like one of the best villains of all time. Dragon's Rage says, there's a reason for the Junpei's emo hair. Oh, does he have the Sharingan? Alright. Let's get into it. Chapter 25. We have a poem. Or not a poem, it just looks like the style of a poem. Following the incident at something high school, the dead body of Junpei... No. No. You guys thought I was kidding. I might drop this series. They can't do that. I needed more moments with her. The dead body of Junpei Yoshino's mother, Nagi Yoshino, and an exposed Sukuna finger were found at his home. Nagi Yoshino is believed to have been killed by a spirit drawn to the finger. Her body was severed and missing the bottom half. No visible evidence of blood was found at the scene of the crime. Nagi Yoshino was found in her bed, stuffed with an enormous amount of ice packs. Next page. Am I in your way, Nanamin? Take me with you next time. My friend died, but I wasn't there. Because I am a child. I wouldn't do that to you. That said, the answer is no. As you know, the enemies manipulates transfigured humans. Some people are rotten. As long as you're in this line of work, you'll be put in situations where you might have to kill someone. But that time is not now. Please understand. Being a child is not a bad thing. For now, please continue to monitor Junpei Yoshino. I didn't have any black clothes, so I opened my mother's closet and grabbed the first thing I saw. Today, the morning air I'm used to breathing, and this path to the school I'm used to taking. This is a cursed object which attracts curses. Why? What was it doing in my house? And we see Mahito. There are curse users who curse people for the sake of money. What was that doing in the house? Mahito did it. Or someone in his entourage did it. It was probably someone like that. With the right connections and money, anyone can easily kill someone with a curse. Can you think of anyone? Perhaps someone who resents you or your mother? Someone with plenty of money and time on their hands? Welcome to the awards ceremony. On top of honors, the National Essay Contest. Shoto Ito. Haha, this is kind of embarrassing. Shoto! And they love the pretty boy. Hey, what the heck are you doing? I thought I told you to write something average. What am I doing getting top honors? You got a death wish? Sorry, and you're just a runner-up. Shoto's so cool, really? He's okay for a rich kid, I guess. What's that? Where? Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. He reaps havoc on the school. Hey, I got it. Sorry, Mahito, I can't afford to leave my residuals behind. How's the curtain coming along? Can't Get in, can't get out. This only applies to humans with weak cursed energy. A curtain without prior announcement will certainly be reported by the windows immediately. I hope I get what you want. It should be okay. The moment Junpei met Sukuna's vessel, the plan was set in motion. We'll make them fight and force Yuji Itaro to make a binding vow in Sukuna's favor. He already did. I don't think they know that. I wish Jogo were as level-headed as you. He's honest and cute in his own way. He's no, that volcano dude is the most ugly thing I think I've seen in manga in a couple of years. That finger is a precious cursed object, right? It's alright. The finger at the detention center was consumed immediately by Yuji Itadori. So I'd like the finger left at Junpei Yoshino's house to be retrieved by Jujutsu High. Gonna cause some trouble? Yep, I'm gonna take it easy. You should stay. It should be fun to watch the deaths of foolish children. And they're all collapsed. And the teacher, hey, what's wrong with everyone? Are you okay? Hang in there. They won't die. Yoshino, why no? Do you know what's happening here? Teacher, please remember. That scar, everything that happened, as well as it's about to happen. It looks like cigarette burns on his hair. Yoshino, I have some questions for you. Are you the one who put that thing in my house? Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, did he just break his arm? Oh no, he covered it in some weird... Ugh, it looks disgusting. Excuse me? Smacks him in the face, kicks him. You seem to think you're in a position to answer a question with a question. You're going to die no matter what you say. I have no way to tell whether you're lying. But you deserve this for everything you've done. At least show some dignity in your last moments. I'm sorry. And? So what? Yuji jumps in, sees everything. What are you doing, Junpei? Stay out of this, Jujutsu sorcerer. To be continued. I don't know what to say at this junction. Not only did they kill my favorite character off screen, one chapter, I didn't even get to spend some time with her, you fucking maggots. Whoever decided to kill her, that's who I'm referring to. But then you do the one thing that I just talked about doing that you don't do. Oh my god, I spent one night with you. You're going to be my best friend. I got to help my friend. Sasuke Naruto. Sasuke Naruto. And now they're going to do it. I should have known from the emo cut. I should have known. I should have known it was another Sasuke. Oh my god. This is going to... He's a good character. Don't do this to him. Don't do it to him. I'm skeptical now, guys. I'm super skeptical. I really am. Like, I like Jujutsu Kaisen. I know I just ranted about the power system for 20 minutes because it's not that great. But at the same time, it's not bad either. But now they're doing tropey things, and I'm not a fan. I don't like what they're doing here. I'm hoping that I'm wrong and it's going to improve, but I'm worried. I'm worried because I like this series. And I've seen so many series. You guys have to understand. You have to go back and check my history. I own all the Food Wars. That last arc was the worst piece of shit. Seven Deadly Sins. Last arc. Worst piece of shit. Toriko actually had good ending even though it was rushed. But I maintain that two out of the three series that I reviewed when I first started doing YouTube had the shittiest, worst endings in manga. And now I don't want to get super excited and hyped for another series for it to fall flat on me again. I just don't want that. It's literally it's too dramatic to call it heartache, but like literally, like seriously, like let's just. I don't want to hate another manga because they fucked up later. You know, I want to enjoy it. I want to just enjoy it. I want to like the stories, flaws and all, but I just don't want them to blatantly fucking ruin shit. So let's see. I'm gonna keep reading, but killing off that mother was. It's probably a catalyst to start this whole Sasuke Naruto thing, which is stupid. But they should not have done that. You just took away my favorite character for no good fucking reason. We all forgot about the fingers at this point. We forgot about the grand event and fucking the boulder and all those people. We forgot all about them. You know why? Because they didn't. That was like a high school trip, and now we're back to the main plot, and we were doing the main plot, and then all of a sudden, boom. You know. That's a cheap fucking way to introduce a Sukuna finger to kill off the best character in the series. You guys think I'm joking. I'm actually legitimately pissed. I like that character. I saw her for all of like 6 panels, and I think she's like, I wanted to see more of her. Now I'm not going to. And that fucking pisses me off. Anyways, let's read the chat, and then we'll jump into chapter fucking, what are we at? 26. We'll jump into that after we read the chat. Fine said, fuck Mihato, took away MILF. Was it Mihato who did that? Because, yeah, now I hate him. Now I fucking hate him. I hate that monk-wearing, wanting to be Moroku from Inuyasha asshole. And I hate Mahito, that patch... what did Miss call him? That patch-faced motherfucker. I hate them both now. If they're the reason that Sukuna... Whoever put that Sukuna finger in the house, that's who I hate. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. If it's Gojo Sensei, I'll hate him. I'll hate him if that's the case. Kaiden said power system is up and down. Yeah, it is. Fine said a binding vow is also a pact. Same principle. Dragon's Rage says, remember when I talked about there being a reason for Jinbai's hair 5 seconds before this comment? Foreshadowing. Dragon's Rage. Dude, I know your foreshadowing is fantastic, but, you know, it just, I know there's something about it, you know. Caden says, what's your favorite part so far in the story? Yoshino's mom. Before she died. I mean, favorite part in the story. Gojo Sensei, for the most part, I think the moment, not when he confronted the elder, but the moment before that, when Yuji died, when he was like, should I just kill all these elders? That was probably my favorite moment in the story. The story has been jumping around plot lines a little bit here. I didn't even get a sense of an arc starting and arc ending yet. So it's all over the place. So I don't really have like a section of the story I really enjoyed. I was enjoying this. Then this happened. But yeah. So far, yeah, it would be the Gojo moment. Or Sukuna. First thing he wakes up in 1,000 years. Where's the bitches? I want booze and I want bitches. Let's go. I get that. Miss Content said, don't worry, Griever. Miss Content, it's not going the way you're thinking. It better fucking not. Because I'm getting pissed. Dragon's Rage said, Griever, this is more complex than you realize. Kaiden said Bleach had the worst ending. Kaiden, have you read Seven Deadly Sins? Because there's no worse ending than that, my friend. Even Naya, I talked to Naya D. Hemmings. Shout out to Naya D. Hemmings. He hates Bleach. He doesn't even like Bleach. And even he knows it. Even he... Check out our podcast. There was a podcast I did with Keishan Prime, Sundown Rider, and him on this very channel talking about the end of Seven Deadly Sins. And I even said, Naya, will you even admit, as a guy who doesn't even like Bleach, that Seven Deadly Sins had a worse ending than Bleach? And even he said, yeah, Seven Deadly Sins is worse. Bleach's ending was not that bad. It was bad, but it wasn't. It was bad in the same sense that the Naruto ending was bad, which was also bad. They were bad endings. I'm not trying to defend the Bleach ending. It was bad. It was rushed. It was bad. But the Seven Deadly Sins ending was abysmal. Was an insult to writing. Food Wars one is then after that. Bleach's ending is not even top 5, man. Neither is Naruto's. And I hate Naruto. I actually hate Naruto. I hate that story. But I hate those characters. But Naruto's ending isn't top 5 worst endings. You need to look beyond, my friend Caden. Dragon's Rage says, Griever, has Seven Deadly Sins scarred you that much? It was my series, man. My first video on YouTube 7 years ago on my old channel, which got taken down before I could hit 1,000 subscribers, was a Seven Deadly Sins review. That was my first fucking video. Well, my first video was on my Mysterious Jerk channel, which I did AMVs, and you can go check those out. I did a few for Bleach, Gundam Seed, MASH, a few things like that. But yeah, my first video as Griever on YouTube was like 5 or 6 years ago, and it was on my first channel, and it was a Seven Deadly Sins review. I tried to pull off a teching and only do Seven Deadly Sins at first. I found out that didn't work, and I needed to review. I needed to expand and do more. Like, Tekken already had a big following and stuff, so he managed to make Bleach his main thing. I wanted Seven Deadly Sins. I didn't want to focus on anything else. I wanted to do Seven Deadly Sins was my channel. But I realized that that wasn't possible, and I needed to expand. But Seven Deadly Sins was the heart of my original channel, and how I got into doing manga and anime, doing YouTube like this. So, yeah, it did scar me a lot. Dragon Rage also said, Griever, I feel your pain. She was the best written character in Shonen Jump. There you go. See? That's what I'm talking about. Kaiden said, yes. You've seen Seven Deadly Sins? Then you know, my friend. You know. You should know. Dragon Rage says, Supreme Goddess. That's all I'm going to say. There you go. Dragon's Rage said it, and I don't even need to say it. Either way. All right. Let's open beer number, what are we at, 8 or 9? I'm going to need to be drunk to do this. And 8 beer ain't going to get me drunk. Let's go. Chapter 26. Alright, so now we're jumping back. You know, I'm not a fan of how the last few chapters, that's just one more thing before we get started. I'm not a fan how they've been jumping back and forth. It seems interesting, but it's just getting me confused. And I'm reading this like this. I can't imagine reading this weekly because you're like, okay, now where are we at? Like, every end of every chapter is, let's next chapter jump 20 minutes before it, you know? And that's getting annoying in all honesty. I hope that ends soon. That's one aspect that I haven't liked about the last. I've really enjoyed the last like 6 chapters, but I've hated that they're doing that. That is one flaw. Let's see. It's not creating dramatic tension or anything like that. It's just sort of stupid. Let's see. Yuji says, I'm going, Nanaman. Whatever. Don't. I told you this morning why you can't. If there's a curtain, chances are it's Satozakura High and still up. We won't take long. Just wait for us there. We have Gojo. All right, so they're kicking the shit out of all these creatures. Oh no, it's not Gojo. It's Takua Inyo, grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer. It's probably pointless to tell him anything. Inyo, there's a situation that needs my attention. I'll leave the rest to you. Is something wrong? Well, there's a lot of them, plus they're human, so he doesn't really want to deal with it. He's a grade 2 sorcerer. What if I approved your grade 1 recommendation? Let's do this! Alright, so he's technically a grade 1. He just hasn't been promoted yet. Please move Mr. Ichiji. Our job is to help people. That still includes student like yourself. I won't make any more mistakes. Actually, this character, I know he's bumbling. He doesn't have a whole lot of power. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of sort of the, like, Alfred Pennyworth, or that teacher from, like, Boy Meets World or whatever. You know, like, the teacher that's, like, he can't control the kids. They're always going around his authority and stuff, but he genuinely cares about them, and they're eventually going to listen. Like, I feel like there's going to be a moment between Yuji and this guy, and he's going to listen to Ichiji. I keep saying Ichiji. It's Ijichi. Ijichi. So, Mr. Ijichi, he's going to, like, have this moment, because we've seen him as this bumbling character who isn't a power and blah, blah, blah. And I feel like his character has been growing this whole time amongst, like, the last 10 chapters, and it's really powerful. I hope they leave his death, because I know he's going to die. He's got to die in this series. If they killed the mom, he's going to die. But he's going to have this profound effect, and I just want to see it. So don't go, Itadori. And he walks past him. Sorry, Mr. Ichich. And in he went. And he knows he can't stop him. He asked him not to go. Powerful, powerful stuff. And then he attacks. Oh, he's attacking. Alright, let's see. A jellyfish Shikigami. It's getting in between us and not letting me attack. Don't make me say it again. Get out of here, Jujutsu sorcerer. This has nothing to do with you. That's not for you to decide. What's the point of thoughtlessly saving people? That's not what life is about. Of course, he's been twisted at this point. All of you righteous people full of compassion. It's just a bunch of lies. You can't make me follow those stupid rules. If someone deserves to die, no one has the right to stop it. So go take a nap now. I still need to take care of something. Junpei, your curse technique is poison. Poison created by cursed energy will be emitted from your Shikigami's tendrils. And in time, you'll learn to control the Shikigami's size and strength and the amount of poison. I can teach you skills that'll take years for Jujutsu sorcerers to learn. You'll be able to fight right away. Junpei, you're really talented. So he's getting the praise that he always desired and blah, blah, blah. And once again, twisted evil by his mother's death. I hope Miss told me not to assume. I'm gonna trust Misk. I'm gonna trust him on this one. Let's go. Who are you making excuses to? My Moondrake's poison isn't working on him. Why are you getting in the way? Why? And then there's the mother. Please bring the mother back. I don't care how you do it. Just bring the mother back. While in midair, he won't be able to dodge. I'll take him out. Right before he lands. And he slams the ground. I have no idea what you're talking about, Junpei. Everything you just said when fighting Shikigami users, go for the users themselves. It might sound good, but you're just trying to convince yourself. Slam! Punches him through the school window. I don't know why you're doing this, Junpei. You must have a reason, but is it really worth throwing your life away? Having a heart is a sham. Can you really say something like that to your mom? People don't have any heart. They don't. Or else, are you saying that my mother and I are both cursed by people with heart? And he's crying, and he's crying. He's got the cigarette burns right there. See both eyes. That's not fair. I don't even know what's right or wrong anymore. Okay, he's twisted. He's not resolute in his decision. That's a little different than Sasuke. So, all right. And Yuji's going to take it, isn't he? He's going to take the blow. He wants to help his friend. Which, once again, they became friends in 5 minutes, and I hate that trope. I hate it. It's like, I've met people before. Like, I've worked with a dude who I would like to consider a friend. I'd love to go hang out with a beer, but that shit's awkward, right? Like, I've known him for now probably 3-4 years, and I've worked on like 2 dozen jobs with the guy, and we've chit-chatted, we've bullshitted. He came to my house and fixed my plumbing and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, I call him and we chat like we're friends, but we never hang out outside of a job. We never hang out outside of work, you know? It's work friends. So at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't know. Being friends in 5 minutes, I don't know. It's unrealistic. So I always hate when they do this. But let's see. Let's see if they can fix this trope. I don't know what's right or wrong anymore. There's Yuji. Is he going to attack him? Why? Why didn't you dodge? No, he took the needles like I said he would. He took the... Sorry. I said all that without knowing what you're going through. But you can talk to me. This is supposed to be strong, but it's talk no jutsu. It's talk no jutsu! I promise I won't judge you, Junpei. So please. No way. Your mom? Oh, so they already talked. And now he said, Junpei, come to Jujutsu High. There are teachers who are crazy strong and friends you can trust. If we all work together, we can find out who cursed your mom and we'll punish them. Let's fight together. And there's Mahito looking on, smiling in the background. And he set all that up. It is different than I expected. And the opening cover page for chapter 27 shows all 4 of the main characters now, all in Jujutsu High uniforms. So it's entirely possible that this is a different thing. But it still technically was Talk no Jutsu. Just saying. Or is that a... Oh, we're jumping in. No, he didn't go necessarily. All right, chapter 27. Let's see what the chat's saying, then let's jump back in. Midmat44 is in here. Midmat, I don't think you've ever been in one of my streams before, but welcome. Says, something that the series fails is execution from one scene to another, unfortunately. That is so fucking true. This series is so bad at transitioning. Terrible. 0 out of 10 for transitioning. It's a great series. So far, I'd give it an 8 out of 10. Easy. Just off the fly. 8 out of 10. Easy series. But their transitions are garbage. They are awful. When they jump from one scene to another, or when they're jumping from chapter to chapter, they are abysmal at doing that. It's awful. They might get better later on. Like, this one's fine. Because, you know what the problem is? The cover page threw me off. But now we're jumping straight into... Mahito was at the end of the last chapter, walking down the stairs. And, of course, Yuji recognizes him right after he said, come to Jujutsu High, you know, we'll help you. Who are you? A human? No, something feels strange. I guess it's nice to meet you, Sukuna's vessel. Wait, Mahito! Boom! Slams it through the glass. All right. I'm such an idiot. It's like the human spirits with the patch, exactly like Nanama described. All right, so it's Mahito. Junpei, run! I don't know how you know this guy, but run away, please. Don't worry, Itadori. Mahito isn't a bad person. And he's remembering all the shit he pulled. Junpei, you're a really pretty smart guy, but you overthink things when you should act, which puts you in some pretty bad spots. This is a perfect example. Junpei, all those people you think are stupid, well, guess what? You're just as stupid as they are. That's why you're gonna die. Idol transfiguration. Oh! He didn't... What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What is this manga? Saddle up, bitches. Here we go, I guess. Time to put on the battle hair. Here we go. Well, Jesus Christ. What the hell is this shit? What the actual fuck? Yeah, like, why? Like, he wanted Sukuna's vessel and... Alright, let's go. Sukuna, or, well, Yuji, time for the second round, and he transformed him. Junpei, boom, crushes him. Junpei, get it together, I'm gonna help you. But they found no way he's an ex-human now, they can't help him. Sukuna! Sukuna! What? I'll do anything you want. Do whatever you... Oh, no. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Sukuna already did a binding vow or pact, whatever, with Yuji. 1 minute, full control. That's it. And then whenever he calls the word or whatever, right? And he already made that. And he said, if I kill you, if I beat you in a fight, and then he chopped his head off, Victor style. Okay, so we already got a binding vow. This implies that you can make more than one pact, which is fine. That doesn't go against the power system. But now he's going to invoke a second one. And if I recall, Mahito wants Yuji and Sukuna to make pacts. But what pact is he after? Because he's already made a pact. Maybe he's not aware of it, and he's trying to force him into a pact, not knowing that Yuji already has the first pact. It's possible, but I'm curious what the end goal is here. Let's go. I'll do anything you want to do with me. This is just like when you fix my heart. So help Junpei. No. Sukuna said no. And Mahito surprised. Why you? How wonderful. Good. He's forgotten about the binding vow. Yeah, that I was right. So he can't make. Oh, that's it. So he can't make another vow. You can only make one probably. One cursed, one human. You can't make multiple. You can't stack them like that. However, he could still let himself go for that 1 minute and help Junpei, couldn't he? And Mahito's noticed this as well. So Mahito did not know about the binding vow, but he already made it. And now Mahito's going to assume that he did. You're mine, your future, and everything you will ever possess. You don't have a say in this. You're helpless. And now let's see Mahito. Did he not make a vow? It's not like he couldn't do something about the shape of the soul by using reverse curse technique. Could it be that Sukuna can't heal others? So Mahito doesn't understand why he's not doing it. Once again, because he's already made one binding vow. He can't make two. That's what I'm going to assume. He can't make two. You can only make one. How sad. You're so pathetic, you stupid brat. Well, my objective is what comes next, so that works for me. Sukuna laughing at him. Mahito laughing at him. That is some terrifying artwork. I almost forgot. These guys are and will always be curses. Yuji. Why? He's grabbing at Junpei? Or Junpei's grabbing at him, sorry. Clumps on the floor. He's bleeding. Oh, already dead, said Mahito. I transfigure him a little aggressively, I guess. Oh, Yuji punched him in the fucking face. What an interesting attack. Too bad that won't work on me. He's bleeding from the nose. Buddy, I'm just going to say, just because you can heal from it doesn't mean it didn't work. You're literally dripping blood. That did work. As long as my soul retains its shape. Gluck, gluck. What's going on? Did he somehow hit my soul? Yeah, he punched you right in the face. You're bleeding your ass. That's it. Yuji Itadori is a vessel. Another soul dwells with his body, so he naturally has learned how to perceive the contours of the soul. And now Yuji looking dark. It's as if everything I've said up until now was a complete lie. The words that came from inside of me. I'm gonna kill you. Don't you mean exercise, Jujutsu sorcerer? No, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him. And you know what? He sort of deserves it now. I see why people don't like Mahito. If Mahito was the one to put that Sukuna finger in there, then I hate him too. But now, even outside of that, for non-MILF lovers, which you can all be condemned in hell, for non-MILF lovers of Jun's mom, I can see why people dislike Mahito. Because, I mean, look at what he's doing here. Chapter 28. It's as if everything I've said up until now was a complete lie. The words that came out from inside of me, all about, like, not taking a life and all that stuff. I'm going to kill you. Alright, let's go. Let's go! Yuji Itadori has no regard for his own life. Gito doesn't want me using a hostage to force him into a binding vow. If he confronts an invincible enemy he hates so much that he wants to kill him, will he rely on Sukuna? If Junpei isn't enough to trigger him, I'll make him watch as I mutilate every student here one by one. And while he's seething with hatred, I'll force him into making a binding vow with Sukuna. So once again, I think I'm right. He's already made a binding vow with Sukuna, and Mahito does not know about it. So he's doing all this shit unnecessarily, not knowing that Sukuna has already made a binding vow with this dude. And so he has no desire, and Sukuna's playing it off because he told him you'll forget about it, but he didn't tell him anything about it either. So Mahito doesn't know, Itadori doesn't know, Sukuna knows. That's it. But Sukuna knows he can't do two binding vows with the same vessel. And while he's seething with hatred, I'll force him into making a binding vow with Sukuna. That should help us win Sukuna over, which would be great. But this is all assuming that I'm stronger than him. So what is this feeling? Let me guess, he's feeling fear. Mortal enemy. He's got wings now? What the fuck? Punch the wall. Boom. But he's going right after him. He keeps distorting his body. Should I try to grab or throw him? Now that I know his attacks can harm me, growing in size, giving him a bigger target isn't a good idea. In that case, no matter how long it takes, 100 or even 1,000 times, I'm going to take him down. I need a pure, more inspired form to kill. I'll embody it. So he turned himself into, it looks like scorpion spikes or something. He jumps out of the way. Boom, 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 boom. They blast through the window. He's coming at him. Boom, boom, boom. You can't stretch out forever, right? So he grabs onto one of the tendrils. Oh, and it stabs him through all his hands. But he clenches his hand and, oh man. All right, that was cool. It's like, oh, he stabbed me through the hand. Clench. Fuck you. Yeah, and slams him into the ground. Normal people let go. If I overexerted myself, I lose control and my durability weakens. And now, Yuji's rushing him. He's going at him. Boom. Foot. Oh, blocked. He's coming in. He's coming in. He's gonna, boom. He's gonna smack his ass. Oh, and he smacked him right in the gut. And he looks like he's gonna puke. And he smiles. Stabs him. Yuji's like, you can't beat me. Hurry up and switch. With Sukuna, idle transfiguration. Badum. Oh, he tried to transfigure Yuji's soul. Last time I checked, that was Sukuna's fucking vessel. Oh shit, here we go. Sukuna sitting on a fucking throne of cow skulls. You dare to attempt to touch my soul? We shared a laugh at the brat's expense, so I'll forgive you one time. Know your place, fool. He's gonna run scared. Oh, Yuji grabbed him. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm not gonna change. I'm gonna kill you. Smack! Yes! He's like, no. Sukuna's not gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to beat your ass and I'm gonna make you bleed on the floor. You know, oh man, this is intense. This is so fucking intense. I'm with Yuji. I'm with Yuji Itadori, man. This dude, like, this is some Gohan level shit. Show, hotshot. You want to fight Majin Buu? Fight you? No, I want to kill you. This is some ultimate Gohan level shit. It's beautiful. Didn't you hear me? I'm not switching up with Sukuna. I'm not going Super Saiyan. I'm just going to literally kill you with my bare hands. Wham! Fucking boom! Yeah! Yuji Itadori in the house. This dude smacks him, headbutting him. He's gonna puke blood. This dude is gonna be pissing blood. He knocked him out. He's coming to the ground. He kicked him in the face, breaking his teeth. Now he's going after him again. Oh, well, no, he's not knocked out. Here comes Mahito with a spiked arm club, ready to smack him in the back. Looks over, huh? Boom. Oh, it's Naname! Boom! Naname! Boom! Cutting the line. Mahito. Huh? Alright, here we go. Chapter 29. Finally, another chapter that doesn't try to pull some bullshit. Alright. Alrighty. Let's see what the chat says and then we'll go. This content says, I think different people make friends differently. I'm probably more in your camp of taking a while to really befriend someone. Once again, I'm not saying you can't make fast friends. I'm saying that, like, the moment you meet someone in high school and you're like, hey, you know, you can hang out at my house, blah, 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 and, you know, you become drinking buddies for a couple of weeks. I don't know if I'd lay down my life for the guy I met a week ago, is all I'm saying. I don't know if I would be like, oh, I'm gonna kill you, you know? Like, I get Yuji's rage, but Yuji's rage is if you hurt my brother or my wife or something like that. Like, Yuji's rage is, I'm gonna kill you because you touched someone important to me. We're not talking like Yami from Black Clover, who is, like, the guild is his children and you hurt my kid sort of idea. Makarov from Fairy Tail. We're not talking that. Yamato. We're not talking that level. We're talking someone who just met somebody. Like, that'd be like Lucy laying down her life for Gray, meeting him for the first day in the first chapter of Fairy Tail. You know what I mean? That's like Lucy laying down her life for him, being like, no, I will not give in to torture. You know, it doesn't make any sense when it's that quick. That's all I'm saying. It's done in manga a lot, so I'm not going to razz on Jujutsu Kaisen for doing it because multiple mangas do it. It's just a poor thing that happens in a lot of shonen manga. Midmat44 says, first time on your stream. Well, welcome, man. I hope you enjoy. I'm a little more drunk than I usually am on stream, so hopefully it's not as bad as you think. You're probably like, what the fuck is this dude doing? I wish I had better structure. I should take notes from guys like Tekking, King of Lightning, Anime Uproar, guys who know how to structure. Nia D. Hemmings even. Like, when I did a podcast with Nia D. Hemmings, he said, all right, we're going to do a podcast, but what's the topics? I was like, well, 7 dozen sins. He goes, yeah, but, like, where's the questions? Where's the topics? He had a structure, and he made me make a list. And I was like, God damn, this dude knows how to have a consensus podcast with proper topics, stay on point, everybody gets a say, let's move on to the next topic sort of thing. I'm very unstructured. I will go off on a tangent for 35 minutes that has nothing to do with what the stream's about. So I'm totally uncultured in that way. But I hope you're enjoying, Midman. I hope you're enjoying. Miss Content said, well, Junpei is just a conflicted and confused kid. Fair, he is. So just talking to him to resolve their conflict makes more sense than doing it like a genocidal maniac. No, I didn't mind him using Talk no Jutsu at this point because his mother just died. Now he's at an emotional wreck. We've seen the build-up. It's okay. Him being convinced in 2.5 seconds would be a problem, is all I was saying. Dragon just says, I do agree people make friends differently. Some make friends faster than others, so it's not unrealistic to find making good friends, but not over one dinner. That's what I'm saying. You meet someone, they come over for dinner, you say hi, and then you leave. I don't know if I would lay down my life and get Yuji level mad over that. That's all I'm saying. And Minmat said, the only flaw on the series is transition execution, in my opinion. I would agree with that statement. Minmat is speaking only facts. Dragon's Rage said, in case you didn't notice, Mahito is pretty fucked up. He is pretty fucked up. Miss Content says, Mahito wants him to make a pact, giving Sukuna control. He doesn't know about the first one. That's what I was saying. I was saying it, Miss. You know that. I'm saying it. I was questioning, can they make 2? I don't think they can make 2. You can't make 2 binding vows, you can only make 1. He's already made 1, so he can't make a second one. He's pushing him to make one where Mahito doesn't already know. Dragon said, I hated Sukuna and Mahito so much that when they started laughing. I mean, yeah. Sukuna's not a nice guy, though. So, I get it. Miss Conda said, this is the moment where I hopped on the Mahito hate train. Yeah, I can see why people liked him. Now I can see why people hate him. Dragon just said, I didn't hop on the train. It hit me as I was crossing the tracks. yeah, I can see that. He also says, I don't know why anybody would rather fight Sukuna than Yuji than Mahito is insane. Yeah. Dragon's Rage is only, once again, another guy spitting facts here. The artwork makes that fight even more intense. It is really good artwork. The sketchy lines make it work. Miss Conda says, Gojo's fight was really cool, but I think this fight got me really invested in the characters. I think this fight is... See, the last fight was a fight for fight's sake. It was badass. But this is an emotional fight, right? This fight carries weight and emotion for the characters. So it has more meaning. Sort of like, once again, Adam Zeus is a fight. It's a great fight. You could argue that it has emotion. Heracles Jack, bar none, most emotional fight in Shimatsu no Valkyrie. I don't even think people that don't even like Heracles and Jack would argue that fact. That was the most emotional, most, tug at your heartstrings sort of gray area fight. So when you have a fight of that caliber, you can't compare one to the other, which is why Adam Zeus, Heracles Jack is always 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 for a lot of people, for me included. In the same way, we have this fight versus the Gojo Volcano Man fight. The Volcano dude, he got his ass kicked, it was badass, but this carries emotional weight. And sometimes I think emotional weight means more. Maybe that's just me. We're going on 3 hours and 30 minutes, my God. But we're on chapter 29, so we only have a few chapters left before we end the arc. Which I think is a good time. We haven't dropped any people. We go anywhere between 5 people and 8 people here. So I don't think we're going to drop anybody if I take a quick break before we finish off the arc. I would really appreciate it. Misk, Fine, anybody, Dragon's Rage, anybody in here to tell me when the chapter, because a lot of people were saying, oh, it's chapter 30, it's chapter 31, it's chapter 32. I would like to end on the arc chapter. If somebody could find that out before I hit it, that would be fantastic, so that I don't go over. I'd like to say, all right, 3 parts, we finish the arc, we'll start the next arc in part 4. That would be a good cutoff point, I think. So I'd like to know that before I read the next chapter. That's all. So just going to jump away really quick, and I'll be right back. We're back. That's a movie. That's a good movie, actually. We're back. We're Back had some dark fucking themes, though. We're Back is a great dinosaur movie. I love that movie. I had that movie on VHS as a kid. Send the man into the dawn of time and sing this song with me. Roll back the rock, roll back the rock, turn back the clock, turn back the clock. I like that movie. It was a good movie. Back when Spielberg tried to be the new Disney. And you know what the sad thing is that he stopped, but at the end of the day, it was a really good set of movies. Like Fievel Goes West, We're Back, Balto. He had nothing but net. He had nothing but hits with that shit. And for some reason, he never, maybe they were commercial failures or something. I have no idea. Let's see. What are people saying? What are people saying? What are people saying? The artwork makes that fight even more intense. Yeah, we already saw that. Miss Content says, Gojo's fight was really cool, but I think this fight got me more invested in the characters. I think we already read that too. Fine said 31 is the last chapter of the arc. Mid-Matt also said chapter 31 is the last chapter. Dragon Rage said 31. Also, congratulations on 405 subs. Thank you very much, Dragon Rage. Thank you to everybody who has subscribed. I really appreciate it because Nia D. Hemmings was the one to push me over the 400 mark. I was sitting at anywhere between like 397 and 399 for a while, and then Nia had a Nia D. Hemmings, who definitely go subscribe to him. A good friend of mine. He had a stream where he just said, you know what, guys, come on, like Griever's had been 390 something for like a month, like get him to 400 for fuck's sakes, and so everybody subbed. And it was nice. It's really cool. I just hope my content is to everybody's liking. But of course, Naya wouldn't promote me if he didn't think that his subscribers would not also enjoy my content. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so 400 subs, that's pretty cool. Naya wants me to go for 1,000 by the end of the year. Do you guys think we can get there? Do you guys think we can do it? I told Naya, I said I'd be happy if I got to 600, 700 subs by the end of the year. 300 subs, by the end of the year. That's basically a subscriber a day sort of idea, But he wants me to jump ship and go 1,000 by the end of the year. Do you guys think we can do it? Let's see. My content's been doing really well with the reactions to the rap videos lately and the trailer reactions. So, doing more of that stuff, maybe I'll see an influx. Who knows? But yeah, chapter 31. Okay, all right. Well, then we only have a few chapters left. By the way, I will also be on Discord for about half an hour by the end of the stream. In the voice chat, so anybody who wants to chat, it won't be on live stream because I don't want spoilers of people who want to talk Jujutsu Kaisen. I do that for the Shimatsu and Valkyrie streams when it's popular, but I'm not going to do it at the end of this stream. But I will be in the Discord chat off stream to chat for about half an hour or 45 minutes or so for anybody who is interested after the stream. And it doesn't need to be about Jujutsu Kaisen. It can be about anything. But yeah. Dragon Rage also says now on to 500. Exactly. That's what I tried to tell Naya. But Naya told me, no, fuck that, man. Go for 1,000. So I said, all right, man. So, but once again, shout out to Naya B. Hemmings. Great dude. Love him. And now that we're caught up with that, let's jump into chapter 29. We have chapter 29, 30, and 31. 3 chapters left, and then we'll end the stream. It'll be a 4-hour stream by the time we're done. That's pretty good, though. We had a lot to talk about. Jujutsu Kaisen has a lot of darker undertones that need talking about. I thought we'd get to chapter 35 no problem in 3 hours, and now we're almost 4 hours. So, yeah, I really underestimate this series for its storytelling, for its emotions, and I shouldn't. But yeah, chapter 29, growth, continuing on. I'll scold you later. What's the situation? I couldn't save Junpei and his mom. Yeah, you should have saved the mom. Always thinking of others. And how are you? I'm fine. Just got some holes in me. Fine. But a bunch of students and teachers are knocked out in the gym. You're looking good, 7-3 hairstyle sorcerer. 7-3 ratio? Why 7-3 ratio? I'm glad we're both okay. How about a hug for our reunion? Why 7-3? I'm probably missing a joke. Anyways. And he's, huh? Itadori, why is his nose bleeding? I punched him. When? When we started fighting. Did his hand touch you? Yeah. My attacks don't affect him. Huh? What? I'll explain later. Either Patchface's attacks don't work on Itadori, or he has a reason to not kill Itadori. Either way, that's to our advantage. But I can still stifle his moves. We'll both create openings for each other and attack relentlessly. We'll need to exercise him right here, right now. Got it. Alright, so here they go. Keep an eye on Itadori. I'll take the 7-3. Is the 7-3, is that supposed to be like 20/20 vision? Like he's got 7-3 vision? Or is that his hairstyle? Is that like a comb over his 7-3? Like, I don't know. Clearly, looking at my hair, guys, all strawy and stringy and shitty, I don't know anything about hairstyle. My wife hates my long hair. But she got laser surgery for her eyes, and I liked her in glasses. So she has to deal with the long hair and the ponytail, right? But either way, all right. Let's say, boom, 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 boom. They're attacking, boom, nope. No give, boom, spike ball, boom, 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 boom. I thought it was a good idea, but they parried it. This only works against puny enemies. Forget this one. They're now breaking it apart, and they're about to slam into his face. No, he jumped away as a small kid. Right before changing shape, he saves his cursed energy. He's very good. He really is a mortal enemy. Let's keep him busy. Black, and he coughs up. Oh, he vomits all these like small human things, I'm sure. Transfigured humans. He still had more. Yeah. kill the short-haired kid, and he rushes forward. I knew it. Boom. Oh no, now he's going to attack him. He won't kill people, right? No, but he wants to kill you if you forget. And then Yuji jumps on top of the roof. The humans follow him. He slams him into the ground. Let's play. And now he can't do it. They're attacking him. Please kill me. And Yuji can't do it. Yuji can't do it. Yeah, and I feel that. I feel that. I'll have him fight you next. You think he'll cry? He can't distinguish expectations from reality. What a stupid brat. You're wrong. At the moment, he's making that distinction. If you ask me, you're the stupid one. Boom! Yuji jumping off the roof. Boom! So you killed them, and now he's pissed. And cut, slam into Mihito. I already know this guy's ability. I'll change my shape before that impact. Boom! Boom! Punch in the face. Yeah, Yuji's like, what do I do? I will change my shape before I... Like, yeah! Do it! Do it! Yahita took a blow. There's no time to make a decoy. What a fresh inspiration. Boom! 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 He's just smacking his ass. Death. Oh, now he's touching his soul. Now I can do it. Domain expansion. Oh, we already knew about this. Self-embodiment of perfection. Looks like some creepy Buddhist fucking shit or Hinduism with all the fucking hands and arms. Crap. Alright. Crap. Right now, I feel grateful to you. Oh, wow. Alright, chapter 30. He did domain expansion, but Yuji's outside. Oh, man. And he's smacking the thing with his fist being bloody. Are you kidding me? Why is only Nanamin trapped? At this rate, domain expansion. It's an area constructed with cursed energy. Once trapped inside, all hits and fatals cannot be avoided. We already know all this. But if the domain that's where I'm helpless against, literally in the palm of his hands. And he's like, crap. Jujutsu sorcerers are trash. You have to force your comrades to accept the notion that they'll most willingly sacrifice their lives. That's why I quit. More like run away, I suppose. Do you like this bread? Huh? Oh, is this... Remember, he talked about the bread. Your favorite bread. This is what makes you an adult. Let's see. It's just that you always buy this. Yes, I do. They no longer sell it at the local convenience store. Ours is better than the convenience store, isn't it? Well, you run a bakery after all. Which is true. Like, any place, like, if you go to the local, like, I like my, like, you guys probably won't know this because I'm in Canada, but it's a place called Sobeys. It's the market. You guys, in America, you call it a market. We consider a market like a free food, like a flea market sort of idea. Like, you go, like, a food market, like a produce market. But a grocery store is what we call it, right? So you go to your local grocery store, whether it's Sobeys or Superstore or whatever. You go to a grocery store, Walmart, like the Supercenter, right? You go to a grocery store. You go to a grocery store and you buy some groceries. You buy some fresh bread and blah, blah, blah. It's probably pretty good. But if you go to your local bakery, that bread is definitely better. You go to your local deli, that meat is better. You go to your local cheese factory, that cheese is, you know? So... absolutely. Get where this is coming from. Ours is better than the convenience stores, isn't it? It should be. As I said, well, you run a bakery after all. It's like, yeah, if you go to a bakery and you can buy better at your local grocery store or market, as some people, the Americans call it, if you go there and you buy a bread and it's not better than the store-bought bread, then it's like, why are you going to that local bakery? And she says, please come again. A fly head. It should be fine, even if left alone. I'd hate to do something and be mistaken for a weird exorcist or something. Oh, there's a fly head around the... Oh, no. It should be fine if it's left alone, but let me guess. She's going to be killed and the store's going to close. Getting some sales? Caring for a customer's money is the same for caring for their life. That's true. It goes without saying that risk and profit is a balancing act. Also true. You don't have to do anything special at the start. Just remember to be sincere with the customers, okay? Yes. Nanami, you're way too stiff. The newbie's getting all nervous. Hey, rookie, all you gotta do is make a profit. Profit for the company means profit for the customer. Which is technically true because, like, even in my line of work, like, I'm a contractor, right? But if I have a good amount of overhead, then if somebody's, like, if I see that somebody's not exactly in the best neighborhood or something, I might ease up on the 10%, or I might ease up on the price. I'll be like, well, I was here for 3 hours, but I'll charge them, if my rate was $50 an hour, let's just say, for an example, I might just say, and I was there for 3 hours, you know what? I'd be like, $120, material included, tax included, everything, and I'll take that little bit of loss because, you know what I mean, if I have the overhead. But if you don't have the overhead, then you need to charge them full price. It's not their fault, it's not your fault, it's just the way the world works. So in this case, it is true that if you profit from the company, if the company is doing really well one year, you can do a lot of what you call favor jobs. You know what I mean? You don't charge points on your material. You don't charge points on your, which is, money, right? You don't charge 10% upkeep on your material because you get them at a better price. You don't charge, extra tax on your labor. Maybe you'll scratch off an hour or something like that. Just, you know what? 300 even will cover the job. Even though it was 335 or 350, you scratch it off and say, you know what? 300 even, and we'll call it square. You can do that stuff, but only if you have the right overhead. So here, saying profit for the company means profit for the customer, that's true. It might not be for that customer, but future customers will also benefit from the company doing well. I always try to have a repeat customer. I always try to not cut corners in the quality of my work, but I always try to give them a fair and honest price because I hope they're going to call me again. And, at the same time, you need to be paid for your work. But it's, even if it means buying a dead-end stock for the customer at a ridiculous price. Of course, we're the experts who are watching the market every day. It's legit money. But I don't know how that, if you buy a dead-end stock for a customer at a ridiculous price, how is that helping the customer? This dude's sleazy as fuck. You can do it. I've never been the type of guy who worries about the meaning of life or his purpose on earth. I'll make enough money to retire by 40 and move on to a country where it's cheap to live for the rest of my life. Sounds like a great plan. I'm on the Freedom 90 plan, as my father calls it. I won't retire until I'm dead. I probably won't be able to ever afford to retire. Unless you guys get me to 400,000 or 4 million subscribers, I probably won't be able to retire in my lifetime. So, just a working class stiff. So let's see. And so is this dude. So is Nanami. Just a working class stiff. Just trying. I don't know how he figures he's going to make enough to retire by 40. But if he's in Wall Street sort of mentality, which is what we're seeing, then potentially. It's been 4 years since I left Jujutsu High. The whole time, all I've thought about is money. Fair. We see him there day and night. I don't need to deal with curses or other people as long as I have money. Money, 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 money. Are you okay? Getting enough sleep? What about you? You seem to be tired as well. He's back at the bakery. Okay. Oh, you can tell? My shoulders feel kind of tight these days and I can barely sleep. He knows what it is. My work involves taking care of rich people's money and helping them to become even richer. That's it. To be honest, I don't make much of a difference. But if we don't have any bakeries, people who want to eat bread would be in a bind. See, that's the problem with... Well, I mean, at the basis level, it's communism, right? You have the rich 1%, the elite. But who's going to pick up their garbage? Somebody needs to be paid for that. It'd be nice if everybody in the world was rich, but if you were rich, would you want to be a garbage man from get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and start driving a truck at 6, 7 a.m.? You wouldn't want to do that, right? If you're rich, you have the money to say, no, I don't need to go to that job, right? So you have that opportunity, that option. Now me, I'm an electrician, so my job is to literally wire people's houses, wire commercial buildings, wire and fix when something is broken, right? I'm a troubleshooter. That's what I do. You have a problem with the electricity in your house, I come and I fix it. That's my job. But if I was a millionaire, would I still do that job? Me, I would, because I like my job. I think that my skill and my trade is something unique, and I hold it on a pedestal of something that only I can do. But at the same time, there are a lot of people who don't think that way. So, you know, there are people that would quit their job tomorrow, and there'd be a lack of electricians in the world, right? Same with any job. A lot of jobs are a necessity. So let's see what happens. He says, but work that's been alienated from the cycle of human life. Like my job earns money, more money for some reason. That's not right though, is it? You're bragging. No. Could you step forward, please? Slam! Oh, he kills the thing. How are your shoulders now? Oh, what? They feel lighter. Oh, he saved the bakery. He saved the bakery. I thought the bakery was going to die, but he said about the bakery, but... What? They feel lighter. If there are any lingering effects, please see a doctor. Take care. Hey, wait. Thank you. Please come again. Thank you. Huh? Did you hear me? Thank you. Please come again. Well, she knows he always comes again, so... I always thought that having a purpose in life had nothing to do with me. Satoru Gojo. Ah, and he called him. Hello, this is Nami. Can we talk? Okay, I'll come by Jujutsu High tomorrow. What are you laughing about? Ah, he knew it. He knew he'd come back. Because he would see something like that and something would affect him. This is some deep level shit, guys. Like, I don't want to get fully into it because the stream is almost 4 hours long now. But... there are some deep implications in his backstory, and I've loved this backstory. This dude is awesome. Right now, I feel grateful to you, Idle Transfiguration. Keep your gratitude. I've received plenty of it already. I have no regrets. Don't die, man. Please. I just got to know and love your character. Seriously, if both the mom, Naja Yoshino and Nanami, both die on the same stream, I can't promise I'm going to do part 4. I can't promise that. I'm just saying. I can see it happening. And if he dies... I can't promise I will continue reading this series because they're going to kill off like, oh my god, you made me feel and now you killed him off. You made me feel and now you killed him off again. Don't do it. I'm just warning. I'm warning this manga to not do it. They already killed my waifu. The only good female character in the series. I said it. What are you going to do about it? I said it. It's true. Let's go. Oh. Yuji showed up. Wait. The more a barrier technique is reinforced from the outside, the more it is vulnerable to outside forces. The domain is meant for trapping prey, but breaking in is fairly easy. But he was punching at that shit like crazy, so fairly easy is a weird term. Because only harm can come to those who enter. Which makes sense, but still, he had to punch that shit a lot. Take Unlimited Void or Self-Embodiment of Perfection as examples. Once you enter this domain's victory is almost guaranteed for the caster. However, within Yuji Itadori, but damn, dwells a forbidden soul. I thought I told you. Sukuna! There wouldn't be a second time. Oh, wait a minute. What was that binding vow again? I won't kill. He said he won't kill, but I think it would be the equivalent. He won't kill or harm anybody that he values. So Sukuna can't allow the teacher to be killed, or Nanami can't be killed because Sukuna's present. He can't let him kill anybody in his presence because... But then what about June? How does that work? He said he wouldn't kill. He didn't try to take over Sukuna's soul again, so what was he? He said there wouldn't be a second time. But this wasn't a second time. Mahito didn't do anything against Sukuna. But once again, that implies that the binding vow of I won't hurt or kill anybody doesn't mean that somebody else can't. And he did hurt June. He transfigured June, and Sukuna was like, what the fuck ever. Though he also did say, I'll give you a freebie on that one. So you could look at it that way. I don't know. I don't know what the second... Yeah, alright. You're just like, what? And what? With no concern for anyone but himself, he existed for leisure. For Ryoma Sukuna. Whether Nanami or Mahito survives doesn't matter at all. Only one person holds his interest. Ooh, it's Megumi. Megumi holds his interest with the 8 gauntlets. Aside from him, he truly doesn't care about anyone else. So why did he come out then? Why did he come out? I'm missing something. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll read chapter 31 before checking the chat. Read chapter 31, and then we'll have a discussion, and then we'll end the stream. Chapter 31. He dropped... I'm still trying to figure this out. Wait a minute. Yuji, wait a minute. Yuji saw Sukuna. Sukuna was outside the body, it seemed. Sukuna was outside the body. How did that... He was in domain expansion. He was within Mahito's domain. I think I got it. You guys will correct me in the chat. But Mahito's thing is touching souls. The domain would touch the soul, and he told them, don't touch my... It has nothing to do with the death and the binding contract or anything like that. He told them, don't you dare fucking touch my soul. Yuji broke in, and automatically, because he's within the domain, it automatically touched Sukuna's soul, because the domain is, I touch your soul. It's like an automatic thing. It's a passive ability. It's like, boom. And then Sukuna was like, no. I warned you once. It wouldn't be a second time. Get the fuck away from me and my soul. And broke. If that's the case, that badass as fuck. I didn't even consider that. Is that what happened? I could be wrong. I feel like there's a plot hole with that. I could be wrong about that. But you guys will correct. It's probably similar to that, and you guys will correct me on that one. But maybe? I feel like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle with that. There's something I'm forgetting. Nah, I can't think of it. Anyways, let's move on to the last chapter of this stream, chapter 31. What the heck happened? Within 0.01 seconds of his opponent being knocked down, the following thoughts went through his head. Blood loss, Nanami, limit, domain, existence, I can kill it. Oh, I love that last one. I can kill it. So he rushed forward. Kill you. Yes. Domain's expansion puts such a drain on my cursed energy. It's definitely a last resort moving, and yet Sukuna. Let's end this here. Time to go all out. Badum, and use the rest of my cursed energy. He bloated himself to look like the Blob. It's gross. He's a big target. His cursed energy is wavering too. There's no way he can counter my attack. I'll definitely hit him. This is my last chance. No more playing around. The only thing I have left is pure killing intent. Divergent fist. Nami shocked. Him shocked. Boom. What? It felt like it was a balloon. It was fake. What? It felt like I was punching air. And Nanami jumping forward, trying to kill the thing. See ya, he's going through the grate. Get back here! It was fun. Boom! Nanami tries to hit it. And into the target. The target has escaped through the sewers. He's weakened, so you can even exercise him. We'll go too. Itadori. Thud. Itadori! Move. Weren't you planning to kill him? You were going to crush him into... And Itadori's just out of options. And even Nanami, I assume this is Nanami talking, or it's either him or Sukuna saying, move! Weren't you going to kill him? You were going to crush him into... like dust, That's probably Sukuna, but it could have been Nanami. It's like, come on! Boy, Itadori, move! I can see both of them. So that's Ryoma Sukuna, the king of the curses. In his current state, his cursed energy level should be even less than Jogo's. But even so, his presence, his soul is on another level. Yeah, like Sukuna might be weakened because he hasn't eaten all the fingers, but Sukuna's soul is get the fuck out of my domain. I'm king, bitch. I'm confident now that even if we're all annihilated, as long as he is revived, the age of cursed spirits will come to fruition. That's ominous. But what should I do about this feeling? Right now, all I want to do is kill Yuji Itadori. It's so frustrating, but whatever. Unlike the body and soul, can be killed multiple times. How should I kill him next? We told you to rest. Itadori. You gonna lecture me? I'm not in a position to lecture someone who saved my life. I did. Patchface's technique interferes with the soul. When you entered the domain, you probably forced him to touch Sukuna's soul. Thanks to you, I'm alive. But it didn't change into him. Sukuna didn't come out. Patchface went to him. So I'm not the one who saved you. That just happened by coincidence. Nanamin, I killed people today. I know people die, and there's no way to avoid death. But people should at least die a natural death. At least that's what I used to think. That's why I always thought about stopping others from killing. But now I've done it myself. I don't know. What does it mean to die naturally? Dying naturally means to die of old age. But at the end of the day, there is no such thing as dying from old age. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to bring this up. This is morbid, but this is Jujutsu Kaisen, guys. It'll be a heart attack. It'll be pneumonia. It'll be cancer. It'll be a stroke. You're going to die from something one day, whether you live to the ripe old age of 95 or you die as a child. At the end of the day, something's going to kill you. Your heart doesn't just... The human being, the heart can apparently beat for almost 300 years. The human body doesn't start decomposing until almost 400 years. So what actually kills us? It's our immune system. Our immune system deteriorates around the time we're 45, 50, and continues to deteriorate well until the time we're 100. And by that time, the common cold ends up becoming pneumonia and killing us. COVID-19 kills people because COVID-19 is a very dangerous version of the flu in all layman's terms. And what it does is it causes pneumonia in old people. That's why old people are susceptible, because pneumonia can kill a healthy person. Young people don't catch pneumonia, we catch the flu because we have an immune system to fight off the effects. We have a flu, we're down in bed for a couple days, and then we're good to go. But an old person with a compromised immune system, a weakened immune system, the flu becomes pneumonia, and pneumonia is deadly. It's a common thing. That is to die naturally, but is that truly natural? Dying from a heart attack, stroke, pneumonia, is that a natural death? Cancer, is that natural? You could argue some of them, I suppose, but there is really no way of dying naturally. I would argue that a natural death is anything where you can die in your own bed. If you die in your own bed, it's a natural death. But if you die in a hospital bed, if you die from getting struck by a car or something, that's an unnatural death. You didn't need to be hit by that car, right? So, depends on your definition of unnatural versus natural. But the way Yuji's talking, there is no such thing as a natural death in his definition. What he strives for is something that doesn't exist. At least that's the way I'm seeing it. You guys can disagree. Be curious what you say in the chat. So, I don't know, says Nanami. Even if we assume it's right for the deaths of the good to be peaceful and of the wicked to be punishments, most people aren't good or evil. Death comes for us all, but we all die differently. Making sure everybody dies a natural death sounds exhausting. I wouldn't recommend trying. There you go. But you're going to try no matter what I say, correct? Please don't die because of it. Just like how I needed you to save me today, there will be others who rely on you in the future. After all, you are now a Jujutsu sorcerer. Big praise from Nanami. Oh, and he said, I don't acknowledge you before, but now he acknowledges him. And of course, this is based on grief. But, oh man. Wow. Let's see, we're in the schoolroom. When you finish, please put it in this box. Do not write your name. A bullying survey. Oh, there's the bitch. There's the bitch who watched as it happened. And there's the punks. There's Junpei crying. Oh, and there's the cigarette. I told you it was cigarette burns. I told you. I told everybody. You can't fake that shit. You can't fake that shit. When I was... Actually, I never got cigarette burns. My father probably would have killed them. But, because my dad's he's still a dangerous man. Like, to this day, that dude is... Yeah. I would never... There'd be very few people I'd bet my father against. But, I remember getting, walking through a park path on the way home. And some kids, older than me, when I was, a kid, they were smoking and tat, they used my hair as an ashtray, and I had really curly hair. I still have curly hair. It's straightened because of, when I get out of the shower, I comb it back and blah, 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 but... it used to be a lot frizzy, not curly, but frizzy, and they would, tat as I walked by with their ashes in my hair, and I would always have to, scrape it out. And I mean, I'm 4'11", and they're 6 feet tall, and what can I do? There's 8 of them, so I never got cigarette burned, but like, yeah. This bitch looked on, staring at my boobs. Fucking bitch. Fucking coward. She should be fucking ostracized like the rest of them. Let's see. Here's the fat teacher who didn't know any better. Ito, you were the one who gave Yoshino that scar, right? He's all beat and bruised. Why should I be lectured by someone who wimped out and didn't even do anything to help? Anyway, he left school and moved away, right? Just forget it. Besides, my left arm hasn't been the same since. Yeah, because he fucked you up and you deserved it. We're talking about what you did wrong. Your punishment is on you. Finally, this teacher steps up. What about your punishment? Mine is coming. My eyes are finally open to the things I was blind to. You and I must both live with the sin of killing Yoshino's heart. I'm watching you, Ito. The teacher is redeeming himself. This Ito guy should die. I still don't know what it means to die naturally, as I spoke about. Until I do, and until I can kill that thing, I won't lose to anything. This is Yuji. And that, I guess that is the end of part 1 or arc 1 or whatever. Okay. I assume the next part will be Yuji reuniting with, of course, his classmates and stuff. And then going on and stuff. But is June really dead? His mother's dead and June's dead? Like, what? Like, that's some serious crazy shit. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to think. Guys, this was really dark. I sort of wish I had... Well, you know what? No, I was going to say that I wish that I had known how dark and dreary this part was going to get. But I think that would have taken away from my natural reaction to it. And I apologize for you guys for going off on tangents like I normally do and stuff. But I feel like this is a good thing that I was able to naturally react to these things, because these are very powerful. Jujutsu Kaisen is definitely a very three-dimensional manga. It definitely has a lot of fantastic themes I haven't seen since things like Death Note or Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Things like that. I haven't seen this depth in a while, and I think that's a great thing. I think that's fantastic. So far, 31 chapters in, Jujutsu Kaisen's got to be a good solid 8. It's got to be a good solid 8. You know? It can't be any lower. I can't see it being any lower than that. It's definitely a fantastic manga storytelling. The characters are wonderful. It's got a lot of pros. It's got a few cons. As I said, I don't like the power system that much. And they killed my waifu. So it'll never be a 10 out of 10 because they killed my waifu. But yeah, no, it's a very good series. It's a very good series. I'm glad that Misk Content, among a bunch of other people, I think it was Dragon's Rage MC Dude, a bunch of other people tried to convince me to read this manga for a long time, but Misk was like, oh, come on, and he was hounding me every 3 days, and I was like, fine, fuck it, I'll do it. So yeah, it happened. Yeah, so let's check the chat now that we're done the chapters, and here we go. Let's see. 7:3 ratio is Nanami's technique, says Miss Content. Okay. That's weird, but all right. I must have missed that. Dragon's Rage says, wait, you're an electrician? I thought you were a bartender or something. I worked as a bartender for a couple of months, but they didn't like my skills. I made them too strong. And I literally just spilled beer on my chair. Wow, that's the first time that's happened on stream. Cool. I'll get some paper towel. I'll be right back. Can't believe that happened. That's weird. It's only a couple of drops, but still. Gotta use wet. Gotta use a wet thing so it doesn't stick later. I've learned that over the years. So yeah. I can't believe I actually did that. I haven't missed my own mouth, and I think it's because my mouth is still sore. Like, seriously guys, like I'm sure you can't tell, but my lip used to be symmetrical. You know, I have a big nose, I know that, but follow the finger. It used to be like this. Now my lips sort of offset this way from being crushed in by my scar from my injury. So now it's a little just distorted, and I'm still I think I'm still sort of getting used to it. Because I hit the lip, but then sort of missed, like it dribbled down. Weird. Anyways, yeah, embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I spilt my beer. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Not really, but all right. I had to do the obligatory embarrassment stunt, I guess. It's now like I'm in Hollywood, guys. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I did that. Oh my God, I flashed my panties. Whatever. I don't care. Wait, and it's ironic that I read the whole I'm a bartender or something. You know, no, I'm an electrician. Miss Content says, and I'm Red Seal too, which is the highest grade you can be, because they actually send people from America. They won't tell you this, guys, but they send, when I went to school with a bunch of people from India, Bermuda, America. I went to school with mostly, it was half my class for 4 years. It's always, only half of them were Canadian. Everybody was from somewhere else. You know why they told us? Every single one of them would admit it, that their country doesn't have the best electrical system and for schooling, and that up here in Canada we have the highest level of understanding electricity, and we're the best electricians in the world. I didn't know that when I got into the trade, but I mean, I went to school for 4 years from 2011 to 2015, or 2010 to 2015, and I mean, the numbers don't lie. Going to school 6 months for 4 years, you know, and running into half of them with different accents, different languages, different that. I mean, apparently we have the best electrical training. Didn't know that. I know we have the best scallops and lobster, but I didn't know that we had that. So that's interesting. Miss Conda said this is why Nanami is top 1. Nanami is really cool. I would put him in my top 5. I don't know about top 1. Miss Content said absolutely love the guy. Apparently you do. Dragon said great character. I agree. Miss Content said he's the reason I started doing Jujutsu Kaisen character discussion videos, which I don't want to watch any of your Jujutsu content yet, Miss, until I catch up, and then I'll watch it. It's just like all your other content. I'm sorry, and I'm glad when you warn me about certain things, because I like watching your videos, but I don't want to watch stuff I'll be spoiled on, right? Fine said the domain changes anyone who is inside. Miss Content says the domain immediately touches the souls of people in there, so the attack doesn't miss. So when Yuji entered, Mahito immediately touched the Kuno without meaning to. I was right! I was right! Yes! Yes! Win! 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 Winning! Winning! Vegas! Pull the thing! Yes! Okay, I was wrong at first, but I got it right in the end, right? Okay. Sukuna is canonically the first Megami stan. Yeah, that's true. Dragon Trade said, Sukuna said he wouldn't kill anybody. Yuji values, he never said he would help anybody. Yuji values either. Yeah, I was talking, yeah. Dragon Trade is bringing up what I was talking about. I was concerning the wording. I was sort of like, it's like, could Sukuna like let somebody just be killed in front of him that Yuji values? Is he obligated to save them or not? Like, I'm just, the wording is interesting. If you look closely at chapter 30, you could see the moment Mahito realized how screwed he was. Mahito was screwed from day one. Miss Kanto says, you figured it out. Fine said, there you go. Yes, you guys acknowledged me. I figured it out, boys and girls. Thank you. He figured it out, so I feel proud, says Dragon Trades. Yeah. It took me a while, though, guys. I feel bad that it took me that long to figure it out. Like, I'm supposed to be smart. Believe it or not, I am supposed to be smart. My wife's a PhD, and sometimes she goes, why don't you have, like in a way, she's kind of like, why didn't you get one? Like, sort of, like, I'm smart enough to be a PhD, but I don't know, money and time, and I could probably get a PhD, but I don't want one. Not that I don't want one, I just don't want to work for it. And what would it do? I'd still be doing YouTube and working as an electrician, like, you know? Like, I don't think I would want to work as whatever my PhD was. I wouldn't want to work at that. So me getting a PhD would simply literally be just to hang it on my wall, be like, haha, I'm a doctor. I'm Dr. Griever now. It would be literally for the title and nothing else. Tyler Morgan said, how do you feel on Hana as characters in Shaman King Flowers? I only read a few chapters of Shaman King Flowers and I didn't mind it. I don't mind Hana, but I feel like Shaman King Flowers, I don't know enough. So my thoughts are he is trained, but we don't see it. I mean, I'm sure he's trained, but remember, and I didn't like the canon ending where he didn't know that Anna was his mother and all that shit. So that's weird. That was really weird. Miss Content said, I think that was Yuji's inner dialogue trying to press forward. Oh, when it was referring to, like, you were going to crush him, you were going to kill him. Yeah. All right, that's fair too, says Miss. Miska's probably right. Dranger said, after Sukuna did that to Mahito, I forgave Sukuna. Sukuna, what has Sukuna actually done to anybody that we like yet? Like, so far, Sukuna hasn't really killed anybody. Has he? I don't remember him literally killing anybody we liked yet. Miss Kund says, I really like how the story is about proving Yuji's initial motivation to be naive and forcing him to change it. That is some deep level 3-dimensional shit, and that's what I'm talking about. I like that. I'm glad you guys forced me. Said chapter 31, so we got to 31, even though it's a 4.5 hour stream. I don't mind. It's fine. We're at the end of an arc. It's good. Miss Kunda says, I figured getting burned is why Junpei wanted his mom to stop smoking other than just concern for her health. Oh my god. I didn't even make that connection. Stop smoking. It wasn't about... No. Oh man. Yeah. Cigarettes. He didn't like cigarettes anymore. Oh, I didn't make that connection. Oh, man. Junpei is dead, right? That is some serious harsh level shit. Oh, I gotta collect myself. Oh, Misk, why are you doing this to me, brother? Why are you doing this to me? You're making me... You know, I don't mind crying on video. That's something I don't mind. I don't mind crying on video. I don't mind crying on stream. That whole it emasculates you shit. Like, look at me, guys. Look at me. I am the embodied. I got a Jewish nose and a ponytail with strawy hair. You guys could make fun of me for a lot more things. So I don't give a flying fuck about crying on video. You call it a masculine. I'm gonna be Aragorn sitting at Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring with a tear drying down, being like, manly cry, manly cry. I'll own that cry. But at the same time, why are you trying to make me cry? Like, it's working. Don't get me wrong. I'm getting teary-eyed here. It's working. But why are you trying to make me do it? That's my only question. I got no problems with crying on stream. Fuck that. If you're emotional, be emotional. It's legitimate. Like, why would I try to hold it back? That makes no sense. The idea of a live reaction is you guys see my flaws. You see when I get mad about something that I shouldn't be mad about. You see anger. You see sadness. You see joy. You see everything, right? That's the point of a reaction. That's the point of a stream. That's the point. What's the point if you're going to try to act on stream? You're seeing me 100%. You're seeing me as I am. Anyways, let's see. I agree with what Miss said, and it almost makes me want to cry. Fine said, yeah, because it reminded him of that. I think that was a different girl. Yeah, it's a different girl. End of the first major. Oh, the girl who was filling out the bullying form. She watched. Oh, yeah, it was a different girl because the hair was different. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you guys are right. It is a different girl. My bad. End of the first major arc says Misk. Okay. Yep. This is the major arc. End of the first major arc. All right, we're 31 chapters in. I think we're doing pretty good, guys. I think we're doing good. 3 streams, 30 chapters in. So that means we got, by this logic, once again, 12 streams should more or less catch us up. If not a couple of more. This stream was 4 hours long plus, but we had a lot to talk about that I wasn't ready for. Yeah. Page 1 said, yo, I'm back. What's up, Page 1? Miss Conta said, yep, innocent people get killed in terrible ways when curses get involved. That's true. Fine said, hi, back. Page 1 said, Mojito goated. Mojito's a piece of shit. Fine said, you came back when it ended. Tyler Morgan said, are you a fan of Shaman King Superstar? Never read it. Page 1 said, oh, are you on chapter 32? I'm not going to read chapter 32 because this is the end of the stream. Dragon's Rage said, I am on it, but I'm not going to read it. Dragon's Rage said, if somebody tried to burn a cigarette on me, they would be catching some hands. Yeah, but if you're small, man, like, trust me, like, I was not 5 feet tall when I was in junior high. Like they grab you, they catch you. What are you supposed to do? You got 2 or 3 guys on you. You can kick them in the balls, but, I mean, they'll just kick you harder. Listen, I love my parents, but they didn't teach me how to fight. So, you know, I'm going to teach my kid how to fight, though. I remember literally taking punches, but my dad said, don't hit someone. Like, I remember clearly in junior high, somebody told me, I think it was my dad, he basically told me, like, never hit somebody, like unless you feel in danger, like you can only hit someone when you're really in danger, sort of idea. And I remember somebody grabbing me in junior high, like 8th, 9th grade. And it was at the entrance of the school. They grabbed me. Well, I forget what we were talking about. He didn't like me or whatever, and I don't like him to this day. But this guy named Eric, and he grabbed me. And he slammed me against the wall. And I remember the girl I liked, and this was really embarrassing, but the girl I liked and her friend were watching. As he grabbed me, slammed me against the wall, and started punching me in the face, like giving me a black eye. And I was like, I should hit him. And I was like, no, I shouldn't. Because hitting someone, like, is wrong, sort of idea. And so what I did was I pushed and I slammed him against the wall, and he punched me a couple more times, and then I just like sort of slam, and then I let go of him, and I just sort of walked away, and I had a black eye. Because he had punched me, but I refused to punch him, sort of idea. And he sort of gave up after a while. I don't know where I was going with that story, but at the end of the day, to this day, I think like, well, what would have happened if I had punched him? Like, would it have evolved into a full-out brawl, a fight? Would I, I have no idea, right? I just remember my dad saying, "Don't." And then I remember regretting it ever since, and I think the reason I remember it is because when I talked to my dad, I don't remember the reasoning. See, this is why I think my dad had told me not to hit anybody. Like, you don't hit people, don't hit people, don't punch them, don't kick them, that's not right, that sort of mentality, which is great to give a kid. Trust me, I'll teach my kid the same thing. But I remember when he saw The Shiner and stuff like that, he basically said, he asked what happened and blah, blah, blah. And I told him, and he said, I remember him one time, I forget how it happened, but in the end of the day, I forget how he worded it, but he basically said, like, why didn't you hit him back? At that point, you were in a fight. It's fair game in his mind. And he was right. Like, my poor 13-year-old mind didn't understand, but now I get what my dad was trying to say. It's like, yeah, I taught you not to hit anybody, but if you're provoked and someone's punching you in the face, kick him in the balls. Do whatever you need to do. Fucking punch him in the kidney. Do kidney shot, face shot, Become Rocky overnight. Like, do it, right? So, yeah, I don't, Interesting. It's interesting how you catch that shit, right? So, I mean, this is all in reference to Dragon's Age saying if someone tried to burn a cigarette on me, they would be catching some hands. And once again, when you're a small kid like me, you don't think about catching hands. Mojito is my top 5 because the author managed to inspire some genuine hatred for me from fictional characters and missed content. You need to watch Green Mile, the movie. Misk. Page 1 said, yes, sir. Mid-Matt. 44. I cannot wait for you to catch up. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm glad Mid-Matt is still here because it's a new addition to the stream. And I'm halfway to Drunktown and also, all the other shit involved, my tangents. So, Mid-Matt, I hope you aren't dissuaded by all my tangents and shit. This is what my streams are like. Page 1 said, damn, you don't like domain expansion. No, I don't. Tyler Morgan said, Helsing Ultimate deep stuff on Alucard. Yep. Tyler Morgan speaking facts. Page 1, Mid-Matt, same, missed content. Nah, he just doesn't care for the power system overall. Yeah, like, domain expansion is fine. The power system overall is too convoluted, too complicated. It's a veiled version of they punch harder. I have the stronger ability. I have Bankai, you have Shikai. And it's covered over in this veil of complication that at the end of the day is still I punch harder. My power is stronger than your power. I punch harder, you lose. It's a convoluted way of going about the same Dragon Ball Z system that was established in 1986. So, yeah. Page 1 said, but that doesn't take away from the series because all systems work that way. I just minus a couple of points because Hunter x Hunter and Jujutsu Kaisen try so hard. They're trying so hard to make it seem like that's not it. It's like, dude, you're in shonen. Just accept that you're a shonen. Show me the power system and move on. Page 1 said, damn, I love the different techniques and stuff. Yeah, you can have different techniques and shit, man. It's just, like, don't cover it up with this veil of, oh my god, it's the most intricate and so sophisticated power system. No, it's Miss Content says, yeah, I think I mentioned in the first stream that at the beginning is considered the weakest part and we're still not even close to peak Jujutsu Kaisen yet, which would be great. If this is not the peak, then we're going for some fire. Dragon said, Griever, have you seen Soul Eater? Yes. Page 1. What happened? Mid-mat 44. The power system isn't really fleshed out, so it's understandable why people do not like the power structure. I don't like the power structure because, once again, it's a veiled punch harder system. Page 1 said, let's go, I live in Canada too. Yeah, page 1, fellow Canadian. We got a Canadian in the stream. Yes, more Canadians. Page 1, why don't you tell them all about our polar bear army? You know we got it. Like, don't reveal all about the Moose Cavalry. Don't talk about the Moose Cavalry, but the polar bear army. Let's talk about the polar bear army. They'll be scared. The Americans will be scared. Trust me. Just keep talking about it. Do you live in Toronto? Says page 1. No, neither Hemmings does. I live in Nova Scotia. Miss Content said he didn't help Junpei and laughed at Yuji's misfortune, so he was kind of a dick. He was a dick. Miss Content also said, whoops, I accidentally struck a chord. Didn't know I could do that. You can do that, miss. You can do it. Tyler Morgan said, same here. I feel like Yo could make oversoul armor to protect himself, just saying I enjoy flowers. Yeah, Shaman King is amazing. Tyler is right. Tyler Morgan is speaking facts about Shaman King. Finds the next arc is the second biggest arc. As in biggest or longest? I assume biggest means longest. It's the second longest arc. Alright, cool. Miss Conner says, oh yeah, I just checked. It's 22 chapters, so we'll see how long it takes to get through that. 2 streams. 22 chapters is the next arc. If 22 chapters is the next arc, then we could probably knock that off in 1 to 2 streams. Probably pretty easy. Depending on when my next stream is. My next stream might be later on this week. So, like, it could be like Thursday night and I only have 2 hours. So I might cover 6, 7 chapters. 8, 9 chapters, right? So it might be a 2-stream thing. Midmat says, I'm enjoying your discussions. Thank you, Midmat. I'm glad you're enjoying, man. You know, because these are my streams. This is me, what do they call it? Unplugged. This is just me talking, being drunk, doing what I do. Which, by the way, guys, I need another beer. So, any other questions before we end the stream? Please post them now that we're caught up with the stream. I would like any other questions, any other thoughts, blah, blah, blah. I'll give you guys a few minutes. I'm going to take the cans back, grab another beer, blah, 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 take a bathroom break, and then we will end the stream after I'm done with the chat. Does that sound good to everybody? It's been 4 hours, 43 minutes. It'll be a 5-hour stream. My God. 5-hour stream. Thank God for weekends, right? So, all right. Why, hello. Pour this last beer. And we'll see what's happening. As I said, remember guys, you're free to talk in my Discord. I will be in the Discord at the end of the stream for, 30, 45 minutes, and then we're going to call it. But, yeah. Let's check the chat. Tyler Morgan says, Flowers is deep. When I was reading Shaman King, I was reading Shaman King before the new ending of Shaman King. I read Shaman King when there was the unofficial, rushed ending chapter with the fairy tale, how is a princess sort of deal. That's my Shaman King. I remember that. That's how old I am. I remember that shit. I was reading Shaman King before that even happened. So Flowers and stuff was a nice addition, but I never really got into it, and there wasn't a lot of scans. We dropped in a lot of people, so I guess this is the end of the stream. Shit. Fine says, good night, Griever. Good night. Drainser said, good night. Good night. Wisconsin said, do you mind going in depth on your thoughts about Nanami's backstory? You said you had a lot of things to say about it, or if you want to save that for the Discord discussion. I mean, I can talk about a little bit about it now. It's just his content. It's just his idea of being an adult is so interesting. And yeah, I'm going to jump into Discord, as I said, in a few minutes here. But I just felt that his concept of what makes an adult was so accurate, and his backstory showcased the working class ideal of what you want to do. You want to get a high paying job so you can retire and still enjoy life, instead of the idea the British and the Australians have this great mentality. It's you instead of working to live, or no, you work to live instead of living to work. And the westernized concept of that is, once again, is the living to work mentality. And here we're seeing Nanami having this very Australian, very English, European concept of, I work so I can enjoy life. I work and make money so that I can enjoy my Friday night, so I can go and do what I want to do. I make enough money so I can pay my bills, pay my rent, but then I have enough money to and he's sort of trapped between both philosophies a little bit, and he's trying though to do the whole I'll be rich by the time I'm 40. So it's a really interesting backstory, I gotta say. But we can talk about it more. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts. Tyler Morgan says, I wish I could tell you more on my theory on an old family and the family are in war with each other. I mean more, but I'll tell you next time. Absolutely, Tyler. Don't worry about jumping into any stream that I do. You are always welcome. Dragon's said, hype for the anime? Yep. Tyler Morgan said, hell yeah, Shaman King? Yep. You should Zen Bang Shaman King ending. I mean, we'll see. End of the day, I'm going to be jumping into Discord now, guys. We're just shy of 10 minutes from a 5-hour stream. So, big stream. But, yeah, I thought it was a good time. We ended the first official arc of Jujutsu Kaisen with Chapter 31. We'll be starting off Part 4 with Chapter 32, of course, on the official viz.com. And, yeah, so like, comment, and subscribe as always. Look forward to the Record of Ragnarok discussion videos entitled Reality versus Ragnarok, where I discuss one character and compare the real-life counterpart or mythology counterpart to the one we have seen in Ragnarok. The next video is coming out probably by Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, sometime early this week. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed the video, hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and we will see you guys back here next time. Don't forget to drink responsibly. as always, as I always do, don't drink and drive, ladies and gentlemen. Viv reminded me to say that. Viv was very adamant about the whole drinking responsibly, but he felt the need that I add the whole don't drink and drive onto that. So drink responsibly, which also entitles the idea of don't drink and drive. I never do, so you shouldn't either. See you later, everybody.